in Laredo, Webb County, Texas, were scared. That was David. She knew he was a military guy. He was nice, handsome, kind, and tall. And he would give her money. The evidence will show that he pulls up to the bus stop. The window rolls down. Hey, babe, get in. She'd been with him at least 4 or 5 times before, so she decides, okay. The evidence will show that David knew the routine. First, go buy her fix. Go get the heroin. After they did that, go buy his tallies. 3 Bud Light tall boys is what he usually liked. After they buy the drugs, after they buy the beer, they're driving. One of Erica's rules, she'll tell you, is that she doesn't like to go far from the downtown area for safety. As she notices David driving further away, she asks, I don't want to go far. He invites her to his house on the north side, and she agrees. After all, she had been there before. They get to the house. The evidence will show on the north side on a street named Burr Oak. It's a nice house where he lives with his wife and his kids, but the evidence will show that they were out of town. They were here in San Antonio to come and watch the Canelo fight. They go in there, and she'll tell you how she puts her drugs out on the table and starts prepping the dose. Everything's fine up until the moment that Melissa Ramirez's name comes up. She was sad because her friend Melissa had been found dead, and her other acquaintance friend, Claudine. When their name comes up, she notices that David becomes uneasy. Some look comes over his face. Starts getting jittery. She senses, well, let's go outside, have a smoke, calm things down. This is the talk of the town right now, these murders that have occurred. They go out. They have a smoke. She asks, can I borrow your phone so I can call my mom? I want to let her know I'm okay. The evidence will show that he ignores her request. David appears nervous, and he says something to her that just doesn't fit. He says, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that Melissa may have my DNA. I was one of the last ones to be with her before she disappeared. Second to the last. he says. And she's like, don't worry about it. If you were with her, you're with her. They go back inside. She sits at the kitchen table, smoking a cigarette. It's at this time that she notices the look in David's face. He's anxious. Now, call it a sixth sense, call it a gut feeling. Suddenly, she realizes she's in danger. The evidence will show that she becomes nauseous. This overwhelming feeling of nauseousness and dizziness comes over her as the fear runs through her body. She runs out the front door and she vomits. She vomits on the front grass. He comes out, says, what's wrong? What's wrong? She goes, I don't feel good. Take me back. Take me back. I don't feel good. He offers her to take a shower. He still wants to be with her. She's like, I can't. I'm sick. Take me back. He goes, you need something in your stomach. I'll take you to go get something to eat. She sees the opportunity and she says, take me. The evidence will show that they drive not too far to a Valero gas station off of the Loop 20 and McPherson Boulevard. A real busy, one of the new type gas stations that has a little restaurant area. But something's not right. And the evidence will show that as they pull into the gas station, they don't stop in front. David parks in the back, behind a tractor trailer, practically on the street, in the dark. He tells her, hey, you need to calm down. You need to calm down. Right now, the evidence will show that she is in complete survival mode. She is in fear. Calmly, she thinks, I need to open the door. I need to get out. Without warning, all of a sudden, as she sits in the passenger side, David reaches with his arm, his left arm, and there's a gun in her face. He grabs her blouse. Instinctively, she pulls back, is able to grab the door handle. And the evidence will show that she's able to duck down, pull herself out of her blouse, and leaves him holding her blouse in his hand as she jumps off the white Dodge 4x4. She runs in her bra and pants around the front of the store. We will take you to that store. You will see that video of her coming around the store looking for help. Call it a gift. Putting gas at one of the pumps is a Texas DPS state trooper, Francisco Hernandez. When this woman, all of a sudden, approaches him in her bra and pants, asking for help. She keeps saying, I'm scared. Help me. I'm scared. He's going to get me. You will see at that time, Francisco Hernandez, with his training and experience, turns on his body cam. He records the entire thing, the encounter that he has with her. You will hear him calling it in. First, he will ask for PD, Laredo PD, to show up. Then he realizes that this case may be, based on what she's saying, it may be related to the string of murders that's going on. He calls over to the station. They direct him to a Texas Ranger who's working the case, EJ Salinas. They patch him through. They give him instructions to bring her to the station. This is just the beginning of how we got here today. Throughout this trial, we are going to bring you evidence. We are going to, yes, we're in Bexar County, but through the evidence, through technology, through photos, through videos, and through testimony, we will take you to that dark and horrible places that this happened. Through the evidence, we will take you to those last moments. To those last moments of these women's lives. You will have one of the most important pieces of evidence in this case, the video recorded confession of Juan David Ortiz. You will have the ability to see, to hear, and to analyze for yourselves his confession about the murders. But that's not all. That's not all that the state will be bringing you. We will be bringing you crime scene evidence, which includes casings from the crime scene, projectiles taken from the victims, the jackets of the projectiles. We will be bringing you the murder weapon that was used in this case. The analysis and the experts and the ballistic reports and analysis that were done. You will hear from the experts that made the comparisons in this case. We will also bring you video evidence from the different locations that Juan David Ortiz visited around the time before and after the murders were taking place. Going in and buying beer, going in to use a restroom, and you will see in these videos his demeanor and his behavior as normal as anyone else's walking the streets. Walking in, buying his merchandise, walking in, going to the restroom. Nothing out of the ordinary. We will be bringing you autopsy evidence of all the victims, where the doctor will come and tell you and show you the injuries and the causes of death of each victim. We will bring you circumstantial evidence. All of this evidence that we will be bringing you, you will be able to see that we will be able to prove the crime or crimes, the scheme, and his guilt beyond a reasonable doubt as charged. This case, the evidence will show, is about a man who betrayed his badge. He betrayed his country. He betrayed his family. He betrayed his community for his own selfish needs. On September the 3rd of 2018, on or about, he murdered by shooting in the back of her head Melissa Ramirez. We will take you through the evidence to Jeffries Road on the outskirts of Webb County, where her body was left, right where he shot her. On or about September the 13th of 2018, he killed Claudine Loera. And just like Melissa, 11 days later, 10 days later, he takes her near the area where Melissa was killed, the outskirts of Webb County, or of the city of Laredo, and shoots her in the back of the head. We will take you to the overpass at the 22-mile marker in Webb County, where on September the 14th, he murdered Guiselda Hernandez Cantu. And finally, we will take you on IH-35, the 13-mile marker, where he murdered Juan Ortiz. All of the crimes you will see, and the evidence will show the similarities and the scheme. You will see that all of the victims in this case worked in prostitution. The evidence will show that all of the victims had run-ins with the law. They had criminal histories. All of the victims suffered from substance abuse addiction. All of the victims were killed in the similar manner. Execution style, outskirts of the city of Laredo, either on the side of the road or in the shoulder, grassy part next to the road. And the last similarity and connection of all of these crimes was the gun. A .40 caliber HK government issued semi-automatic handgun with government issued ammunition. All of the murders, all part of the scheme, all connected. The evidence will show that it was September the 14th of 2018 that Trooper Francisco Hernandez was putting gas there at the Valero when this woman runs up to him and he turns on his body cam. He's given instructions to take her to a station. He takes her to the station. When she gets to the station, investigators are already working feverishly and diligently on this case. They're looking for the murderer of Claudine Loera and Melissa Ramirez. They're there. The Texas Ranger, Captain Calderon, will bring them to you. They get Erica to the station. This is Erica Pena. When she gets there, she begins the interview with investigators. She reveals approximately 1 in the morning, Trooper John Henry Bradshaw, as he's driving, he looks over to the stripes on the corner of Jefferson and San Bernardo. Parked over by the dumpster on the far left side, he sees it. The white Dodge 4-door, 4x4, shiny truck. Trooper calls it in. Another trooper, Javier Obregon, pulls in. They take a tactical position by the pumps. By now, this man is considered armed and dangerous. You will see the body cam video. We will show you the video. You will be there. We will show you the video from the store that was taken by investigators that shows Juan David Ortiz going in to use the restroom. And as he walks out, you will hear and you will see the DPS troopers confronting him from a safe distance, giving him orders. Put your hands up. Stop. Get on your knees. Get on your knees. For more than 45 seconds, you will see Juan David Ortiz moving, swaying, thinking. What does he do? He doesn't comply. He doesn't kneel. He says, "You're scaring me. You're scaring me." And then he runs. You will see the video of the chase on foot, where he runs to I-35 access road south. Then he turns on a street called Constantinople. When he turns the corner, the two troopers who are behind him, John Henry Bradshaw tried deploying his taser and missed. Obregon's got his body cam, and you can hear him huffing and puffing while he's running. You'll see that video. They lose him. They clear the area. They secure everything. Webb County SWAT, Sheriff's Department, gets on scene. DPS gets on scene. They look in all the surrounding areas. The last area that they need to check is the parking lot at the Hotel Ava. They go floor by floor, clearing the floor. There's not too many vehicles there at this time, but they're checking all the doors, they're checking all the hallways. Finally, they get to one of the top floors, and the evidence will show, and you will see as law enforcement being stacked up make a tactical approach on this black pickup truck, and laying down in the back of the truck is Juan David Ortiz, hiding from law enforcement. A supervisory border patrol agent hiding from law enforcement. They arrest him. You will see the arrest. You will see the takedown. We will take you there. From this point on, the evidence will show, and this is very critical for all of you to please pay attention to, that law enforcement treats Juan David Ortiz with nothing but dignity and respect. Dignity and respect. You will even hear on the evidence, Juan David Ortiz, he tells one of the arresting officers, "Go ahead, take your trophy shot. Take your pick." The response? "We're not about that, bro. We're not about that." You will travel with him in the patrol unit when he gets in there. The camera on the patrol car is on. It's a Tahoe. He gets in it, it's on. They are treating him so respectfully that he volunteers. He hears the conversation. You see the gun? Anybody with a gun? He says, "The gun's in the in the truck in this area or in the council. You'll hear him. He volunteers that. Luckily, I would say this, through the evidence, you'll see that when he went to the restroom at the Stripes, when John Henry Bradshaw saw him, he left his weapon on the door panel of the truck. He didn't get off with the gun. Just that lapse, that moment that it took, he left the gun in the truck. We will bring you that. The evidence will show that they transport him to the Webb County substation. When they get to the substation, they place him in a room. And it's around that time already that, as I told you, the evidence will show that the investigators had already been investigating this case. You will hear testimony that by this time, law enforcement had already made at least more than 30 contacts. That includes phone calls. Ma'am, do you know anything? Sir, can we speak to you? People around the street. Law enforcement had already looked at even some other suspects, other leads to other individuals. You'll hear about the intensive investigation, the due diligence that law enforcement was using to find the killer. Nobody was focused on Juan David Ortiz, who during this entire time was working at the Border Patrol Intelligence Center as a supervisor, watching the investigation of the murder going on in his own community while in his uniform at work. Phone calls being made, requests, can you check license plate readers, vehicles traveling through this area, through that area. Information that would come out of his station. He was there watching all of this, finding out about other suspects being questioned. He gets there, and you're going to see this. We're going to take you into the interview room. You're going to go to the interview room. You're going to see the video when it starts. At approximately 3:20 a.m. on September the 15th, Captain Fred Calderon and Texas Ranger E.J. Salinas begin the interview. You will see how they put the Miranda warnings in front of him. You will see how he denies to sign it. But he agrees to speak. You will see initially where he denies knowing anyone, denies knowing anything about what they're talking about. Deny, deny, deny. As they continue to present him with questions. What about Erica? We want to talk to you about Erica. And you'll hear him. And you'll read it. And you'll see it. The only Erica I knew was at Gladys Porter High School when I was a kid growing up in Brownsville. He says it. Very critical. And I ask you to focus during this portion of the evidence. Focus on the interview. Focus on his demeanor. Focus on his facial expressions. Focus on his hands. What he says. The words that he chooses. The opportunities that he looks for. This is a man who's a supervisor, a veteran. He has a master's. You will see at the initial portion of this interview that he jumps at an opportunity that the Texas Ranger puts right out there in front of him. And he says, do you suffer from blackouts? I do. I suffer from blackouts. You see, since February of 2018, I've been a patient at the VA. I was in Iraq in 2003. I had a motorcycle accident. We're in 2018. He's been a Border Patrol agent for more than 9 years by this time, the evidence will show. He jumps on the opportunity when the Ranger uses that word, blackouts. I've been given all these medications, my anxiety, my depression, my PTSD, that I black out. I wake up. And I'm somewhere that, how did I get here? One time I woke up at Pizza Hut. I don't know how I got there. And you'll see the evidence. I needed to go to the restroom. What were you doing at the Stripes on San Bernardo and Jefferson? Well, I needed to go to the restroom, but I don't know how I got there. I had a blackout. He remembers everything except the most critical parts of the crimes. He even, and you will see, when they show him pictures, hey, there's this flowered purse in your back seat. There's this other brown purse in your back seat. Who do those purses belong to on the floorboard? I don't know. I don't know who those purses belong to. Well, they have condoms. They have syringes inside of them. Lipsticks. Who do they belong to? And he says it with a straight face. I don't know. I don't know how that got there. He continues with that. But eventually, through the questions, through the methodical questions that Captain Calderon and Ranger Salinas, remember, they've already interviewed a lot of people. Erica's down the hallway in another room, and she's told so many intimate and private information. They also have evidence from 2 crime scenes that he can't lie anymore. He says, okay, I know Erica. And I pointed a gun at her. But I wasn't going to do anything to her. The evidence will show that the interview goes into the morning. You will see during the interview that there was no intimidation. There's no coercion. They bring him water. They bring him potato chips. He asks for a bathroom break. They let him go to the bathroom. Everything's calm. Nobody's pounding the tables. It's a discussion. Hey, help us out. Help us out. We know you're a good person. You've served your country, and we thank you for your service. You're law-abiding. You're a family man. Help us out. Maybe they're able to reach that one little inkling of softness, if there is any, in his heart. And he says, yeah, I know Erica. Goes into the morning, and about 11:24 a.m., you will see it on the video. The telltale sign, you will see it. He says, can you take off my handcuffs? Take them off. You'll see Captain Calderon pause. This is the moment, critical moment, and okay, do I take the handcuffs off this guy? Based on his training and experience, he reaches for his key, takes it out of his pocket, takes off his handcuffs. You'll see him rub his wrist, stretch. I did it. Can you tell us? You will see and you will hear through his own words how he took each woman to their last resting place. How he executed them. You will hear in his own words the indifference, the disrespect, the degradation that he has for these people to justify ending their lives. You will hear the evidence in his own words. I wanted to clean up the streets. And in Spanish, he says, these people are mierda. These bitches are dirt. And I was going to get rid of them. Law enforcement doesn't do anything about them. I will. I'm sick of them. That's what he says. Ranger Salinas and Captain Calderon says, look, so you told us about Melissa. You told us about Griselda. You told us about Claudine. That's 3. Is there anything else? You know, that last question that any good investigator asks, right? In a crime spree. Is there anything else, Ortiz? He goes, yeah, there's one more y'all don't know about. Janelle Ortiz. Y'all don't know about her. You'll find her in the grass over by the 13-mile marker where we used to have our Border Patrol checkpoint. Just right there, as you pull over behind the gravel little mound, she's right there. Law enforcement rushes out to the 13-mile marker right behind the gravel mound, and Janelle is there, shot dead, shot behind the head. You'll see at the end of the video, he says, that's the whole story. But that's not the end of the story. There's moments that are marked in your life. Moments that when they happen, you know things are never going to be the same. Time is divided into 2 parts. Before this and after this. And it takes strong people to continue to move forward no matter what they're going to find. The state knows that you are those strong people. And you will find Juan David Ortiz guilty.
Please report, state. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I won't be as long or more dramatic as Mr. Alaniz. Let me just tell you that everything that Mr. Alaniz just said is not evidence. The only evidence you're going to get is from that stand, okay? It's what he thinks the evidence is going to show, but the evidence that you're going to hear it from over there. I know this thing's on. Now, the state also has to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, okay? And they have the burden of proof of bringing all that evidence to you. We don't have to do anything. The defense doesn't have to do anything. So I ask you to bear that in mind because of that long, lengthy opening statement that he just made. Now, one of the things we would ask you to focus on is the investigation that the Webb County Sheriff's Office conducted together with the Texas Rangers. Together with the report writing, the lack of reports, the lack of protocol, and how they, just jump to certain conclusions. It starts with Erica Pena. Beginning September the 3rd of 2018, it was the first murder, right? And so now law enforcement is working and the like. Now, on the 14th, Erica Pena does run to a trooper and says, this individual pulled a gun on me or whatever. And that trooper reports it. And then these officers that are eager to solve these murders start acting on it. And they believe everything that Erica Pena says. Now, Erica Pena is someone that is a self-confessed heroin and crack addict daily. She uses like $300 or $400 a day to maintain her heroin or crack addiction. And she prostitutes herself. She has a child. And, you know, some women might prostitute themselves for their children. She prostitutes herself not for her child that's being raised by a relative. She prostitutes herself to maintain her habit. But the police still act on her word like it's gospel. We've had hearings in this case, and when Mr. Alanis talks that she wanted to get away, she literally said, according to her, that she heard voices. Not like, oh, I got a good feeling, you know what I'm saying? She was hearing voices that day that she says she was with Mr. Ortiz, and reports to this trooper that she was assaulted. And these individuals bought it hook, line, and sinker and acted on it. And it's just to focus on the investigation. Now, they put out a bolo, which is a be on the lookout for the vehicle that Mr. Ortiz is driving. And it's this white Dodge four-door Ram pickup, a 2015, I think. One of the troopers locates this vehicle at a Circle K. They're off San Bernardo, I think, and Jeffries. I'm not too sure. So I think it's San Bernardo. So he gets there and he waits for another trooper to show up. And when Mr. Ortiz comes out, they've trained their pistol on him, and one's got a military rifle pointed at him. And they're yelling commands at him. And he panics and he runs. Okay. He runs. Eventually they find him hiding in this bed of a pickup, the SWAT officers. Now, in the interim, while the DPS troopers are asking him questions, they ask him, is that your pickup, the white Dodge Ram? And he says yes. He doesn't abandon the truck. He doesn't say, oh, no, that's not my truck. He says, that's my truck. Okay. Once he's arrested, at some point, the DPS starts searching the truck there in the parking lot of the Circle K. And you're going to see that the doors are wide open. There's photographs of that. To this day, we don't know who took those photographs because the crime scene investigator that's in charge of this denied taking those photos. So we still need to figure that out. So they start searching it without a warrant. And basically the law says that to search your property, my property, anything, especially when you assert an interest in it, you should get a warrant. And you may get a jury charge where the judge says you decide if that search was proper. They transport the truck, you know, they call it a wrecker, and they take it to the Webb County substation there in Laredo. There's been testimony where they claimed that the search was what we call an inventory search. So sometimes what you do is you stop a car and you're going to take it in. You do an inventory. Think about what the word means, an inventory. You want to see what's in it so that if something's missing later, you've documented there was a briefcase in the back, there was this, whatever. You do an inventory. It's not a search, it's an inventory. Well, lo and behold, you find where the record driver, different Webb County officers acknowledged no inventory search was conducted. But we know a search was conducted because we have the photos. The two individuals that are supposed to be in charge of this investigation is Texas Ranger E.J. Salinas and Captain Federico Calderon of the Webb County Sheriffs. We haven't heard from Salinas, but we heard from Calderon. We said, well, you said it was an inventory, but here we have this thing that it was inventory. I don't know.
Your Honor,
You know,
with all due respect, I'm going to raise an objection in proper open. He's bringing evidence from other hearings to this jury.
It's limited to what you expect the evidence to show in this case.
well, the evidence is going to show, because if he doesn't answer that, we will impeach him with that. We have the record, okay? So that's what the evidence is going to show. So then they have the truck now at the storage facility. It's a secure place. It's not going anywhere. And they search it again without getting a warrant. Okay? And they collect evidence from it. And that too, all of us have a right, a Fourth Amendment right, to not have our items searched, whatever it might be, without due process, which would be for the police to go to a neutral magistrate. Police are police. They want to do stuff, right? They want to get evidence on you. But that's why we usually have a neutral magistrate review it and say, oh, yeah, you have the right to search his vehicle or his house or whatever.
I'm going to object. He's discussing issues about law. He's talking about applicable legal.
Well, the jury will get an instruction from the court after all the evidence has been presented in the jury charge that will include any law evidence in this case. But at this point, it's opening remarks.
Yes, sir. And I'll conclude with this. And the reason is you may get a charge from the court where it's going to tell you, you decide if this subsequent search, which was a search, was proper because it was without a warrant, because there is law that says exactly what I'm saying. And so the court may instruct you, because you are judges of the facts, and the judge may instruct you and say, hey, you got to decide whether that was proper. And then if it's not proper, you are not to consider that evidence. That's why that's important, okay? You're going to find, unless it changes, that the evidence is going to show that to date, no one knows how they got into the truck. You know, most of us, we walk into a convenience store, at least I do. I take my keys. I lock my truck, you know, and the evidence so far, and the evidence may be that to this day, we don't know how they got into the truck. And again, it's because we're focusing on the investigation. Now, we move to the interview, or the interrogation, more properly stated, of Mr. Ortiz. So they transport him. There's several SWAT officers that at that parking lot arrest him. They say that they patted him down. Nobody mentions the truck keys. There is a video of him being transported, and Ortiz does mention a weapon that's in the truck. Okay. Now, they have him already. Now, by about 2:51 in the morning, they have him in the interview room. You know, they start talking to him, and then one of the, either Calderon or Salinas, reads him his rights. Now, of note is something very important. On the video, and you see this video, when they are arresting him over at the garage, right then where you go into custody, one of the deputies starts reading him his rights, you know, and the supervisor says, no, don't do that. Because they want him over here in a controlled environment where he can't assert his rights. And so you see the video where they started to read him his rights out at the scene, and then a supervisor stopped it. Says, no, don't do that. Now they have him in a controlled environment. They're videotaping him. They read him his rights. And it's a typical way that they do it, you know, and then they ask him, do you understand your rights? Yes. But they don't ask him, do you waive your rights? Understanding them and waiving them are two different things. And you see on the video, they don't ask him, do you waive your rights? And I think you're going to hear from the detective, it's not like they forget to ask you. The evidence is going to show that it's by method, but it's by necessity on their part that they don't ask you if you waive your rights. Regardless, he's there, like Mr. Alanis said. He tells him, look, I'm a war veteran. I was in Iraq, you know, He's been out for a while. He's been successful. He has a wife. He has kids. He rose through the ranks of the Border Patrol fairly quickly and became a supervisor of the intelligence unit. Now, the intelligence unit, all law enforcement has them that I know of. SAPD has an intelligence unit themselves. And usually the idea is intelligence knows more than your average Joe out here, police officer on the street, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be intelligence. But he does tell them, I'm a war veteran. Several months ago, I started having nightmares. I started having post-traumatic stress disorder. I couldn't sleep. I went to the VA. And they gave him a bunch of psychotic pills. And he gave him the name. They're there somewhere. There's a bunch of them. He's under a lot of stress. He starts drinking. And then, yes, the issue of blackouts. Back in February, nothing was happening. He was already having trouble with his memory and the like. Mr. Alanis says that attributes to the Salinas that said blackouts. But he actually, and by he I mean Mr. Ortiz, says, look, I've been suicidal, I've had blackouts, I'm broken, I'm tired. This is a defeated man. He's denying having been involved in these murders. And they hold him from 251, 7, 8, 9 hours later at 11:25. It's not that they broke him. It's that Calderon or Salinas say, hey, he's like, man, I miss my wife. How's my wife? We'll go get you pictures of her. We'll make sure she's taken care of. Oh, well, what about my pension? Will she get it? We'll get her the pension. I'm paraphrasing, okay? I don't remember it verbatim. They start promising him things. And then they say, hey, they walk out, they walk back in, and they say, the elected district attorney is here. Mr. Isidro Alanis is outside. We can put in a good word for you. That's the guy in charge of his fate. And they're telling him he is not at the Justice Center, not at the courthouse. He's not a cop. This is a police department area or a Webb County Sheriff's. He's a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. This is the Justice Department over there at the courthouse, not cops. They say he's out there. Mr. Alanis is present in the building. Something along the lines, if you start talking, we'll put in a good word for you. Okay? The DA is present. Help your family. Something along those lines. That's when he shifts. And he starts talking about his murders. And he starts saying things that, honestly, everything had been in the papers. This case received a lot of publicity in Webb County. And so everything was in the papers. And on top of that, on this other murder that had occurred, remember, this guy is a member of the intelligence unit. I don't know, and I doubt that they know what information he has or he can get that your average captain at the Webb County SO doesn't. These are state officers. He's a federal officer of an intelligence unit. So God knows what kind of information he can get. And remember, he's broken. He's suicidal. He wants his family taken care of. He doesn't know where he's going to go. And he starts saying, okay, I did it. All the evidence that you have, including the firearm, no one can come in here and tell you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ortiz is the trigger man with that firearm that killed these women. You're not going to hear anyone come and tell you that he did it other than this coerced confession that the police got out of him. And this is not the first time that any of you, I'm sure, have heard about false confessions. And so I want you to keep all that in mind. This is actually a war veteran They ran his NCIC. There's something called an NCIC, National Crime Information Center, Texas Crime Information Center, that runs your record. This man has a clean record. He's a good husband, has children. And he was in a bad situation with the VA giving him these medications that God knows what they do to you. So I want you to listen to the evidence, listen to the cross-examinations, listen to the investigation that this police officers made, and I believe you will find Mr. Ortiz not guilty. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
You want to call her first?
State calls Erica Pena.
You're under the same oath you took earlier, man?
Huh?
You're under the same oath. You took an oath a few minutes ago, right?
A what?
The oath.
Yes.
You're under the same oath. You may be seated. Thank you, teacher.
Ms. Pena. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Erica Isamar Peña.
I'm gonna ask you to please speak or get up close to the mic or move the mic close to your mouth. Please listen to my questions. Answer the questions to the best of your ability. Okay. How old are you?
31.
And where are you from?
Laredo, Texas.
How long have you lived in Laredo?
Born and raised.
Are you married?
No.
Do you have any children?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
1.
How old is your child?
12.
Does your child live with you?
Not right now.
Ms. Peña, do you have a criminal record?
Yes, I do.
I want to talk a little bit about it. Do you know more or less how many times you've been arrested?
Several times.
More than 5?
Yes.
More than 10?
Yeah.
More than 15?
Not sure.
You ever been arrested for possession of a controlled substance.
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen jury what type of controlled substance you've been arrested for?
Probably cocaine or heroin.
And did any of these cases, have they ever resulted in a conviction? You ever been found guilty?
Yes.
And after you were convicted, have you ever been in prison?
No, never.
What type of sentence have you received?
I was in probation for 2 years. Not too long ago, I just finished.
Are you currently under any type of supervision or probation right now?
No, I'm done with everything.
What, you ever been arrested for assaulting a police officer or resisting arrest? Or
Yes.
Yes? What about resisting arrest?
Yes.
What about terroristic threats?
Yes.
What about any violent offenses? You ever been?
Yeah.
Do you suffer from any type of addiction, Ms. Peña?
No, not right now.
Have you before?
Yes.
What type of addiction is that?
Heroin and crack.
Can you tell us or tell the jury? Let me ask you, are you sober right now?
I take methadone.
How long have you been on methadone?
I've been in the methadone a year, almost a year.
And where do you get that methadone?
By McPherson?
Do you receive services?
Yes.
When was the last time you were arrested? If you recall.
Probably like 6 or 5 months ago. Probably 6 months.
Was that a misdemeanor or a felony?
Revoked for probation.
Oh, okay, so you were revoked for not complying with your condition.
Yeah.
And what does that entail? More drug use? Or you came out dirty?
No, I just didn't go. I just didn't go and report.
How long have you been dealing with this issue of substance abuse, or how long have you abused heroin, crack cocaine?
I started when I was 21, on and off.
And you're 31 right now?
I'm 31.
So is it fair to say that for 10 years you've been dealing with this
Yes.
issue? And how were you able to support this addiction?
Many ways. Working in the streets. That was one.
No, it's okay, Ms. Peña. I know this may be difficult, but when you say working the streets, please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that means.
Escorting.
Escorting?
Yes.
And when you say escorting, what does that mean?
Working for money.
When you say working for money,
Having sex
for money,
for money. Yes.
how long have you been doing that?
On and off. Six years.
You started in your early 20s?
I started when I was 23.
Now, on September the 14th of 2018,
Yes.
that was a few years ago now, right?
Yes.
Were you working? at
Yes.
that and doing that?
Yes.
Okay. You know why you're here today?
Yes.
Do you know a person by the name of Juan David Ortiz
Yes.
or David Ortiz? Can you identify him here in the courtroom or what he's wearing? You can please point to him. Do you see him
Yes, in black.
in black? From where you're sitting, he's seated in which chair?
In the corner.
In the corner. So, what do you know him as?
What I knew him as?
Yeah.
David was a friend.
Now, in September of 2018, do you remember that day?
September.
September the 14th.
Yes, I do.
Do you remember that day? I want to go back to that day. So you're in September. Before that,
Yeah.
how long had you known David?
I want to say 5-6 months.
So you knew him as early as 5 or 6 months before.
No, I want to say 5 months, 6 months. Somewhere around there.
And since the first time you met him, he was fine?
I guess you can say that. The first time.
I want to focus now on what happened on the 14th, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, on that day, where were you?
On San Bernardo.
And on San Bernardo.
Yeah, it was a very rainy day.
And what were you doing, or what were your thoughts?
I was standing up actually. A block from TKO, right in front of a small motel.
Near a bus stop?
Yes.
Was it nighttime?
It was daylight. Yeah, it was daylight.
Was it starting to get late in the afternoon?
No, it was early.
And what, if anything, happened at that time?
I hadn't seen David in a while. I was mad because David had broken my phone. I was staying at a hotel.
How long had you been at the hotel?
Like a month.
Before that day, had you been working the days before?
Yeah.
Which days before that?
Probably in the middle of the night. Not too early.
Have you heard anything about anybody being found dead?
By that time, yes.
And how did you feel about that?
Scared. Because nobody knew who it was.
How did
Everyone was, all the girls were watching their backs. And the word was around.
That's your next question. Wait for the next question.
Oh,
How did you feel?
frightened.
When you say the girls, who are you referring to?
Jocelyn, Suhey,
Are these other girls?
Patty.
These are girls that also work on the street.
Yeah.
So you're standing or seated right there at that corner.
Yeah.
What if anything happens next?
What if anything happens?
Yeah, well, you said it was starting to rain.
Yeah. David picked me up. Yeah.
Now, when he drove up, what did he drive up to?
In his white Dodge.
Marco, sir?
I'm going to show you
what I marked as State's Exhibit 1 and just ask you if you recognize this exhibit, yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately depict what's in there? Is it a true representation of what
Yeah.
it is?
Hmm.
We move to introduce State's Exhibit 1.
Exhibit 1 is a better than 7.
Can you tell us what you see in front of you on State's Exhibit 1?
I see a white Dodge.
And who does that white Dodge belong to?
David.
Had you been in that white Dodge before?
Yeah.
How many times?
I don't recall how many times exactly, but plenty of times.
Was it more than 5?
I think so, yes.
More than 10?
Several times.
Okay.
Plenty of times.
Had he ever picked you up in any other vehicle than this one?
No.
How is it that you would arrange to see David?
How is it that
How would you meet up with David?
sometimes he would call me, sometimes I would just randomly see him.
So you knew David for close to 5 months.
Yes.
Do you remember how you met?
Yeah.
How did you meet?
I met him a block away from the Evelyn. It was nighttime.
You met him a block away from the Evelyn. The
The
Evelyn
hotel, the
Okay.
hotel, a
That's-
block away in the
That-
corner.
on the corner. You remember the street corner? What street is it?
It's in the corner of the Stripes.
Is that Jefferson Street? Jefferson?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Yeah.
And did someone introduce you to him?
No.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen how you met him.
I was walking and David stopped, asked me for a ride, and I said yes. We talked for a little bit, and that first night we ended up in a hotel.
And what, if anything, did you do at the hotel?
We had sex. We conversated.
Did he give you money?
Yes.
How much?
I don't recall.
After having sex and conversating, what, if anything, else happened?
He drove me home.
To your house.
Yeah.
So he knew where you lived.
Yes.
How was David? What was his personality like?
Very nice. Very sweet. Very funny. Normal guy.
Did you ever notice any odd behavior,
Never.
delusions?
I don't know what happened to him.
You need to answer my question. I know you're nodding your head, but did you ever notice delusion,
No.
hallucinations,
No.
that his mind was not normal?
No. Never.
Did you ever see him depressed?
I don't know. Not that I recall.
Did you ever see him have anxiety in front of you?
No.
Anything unusual about
No.
David?
Never.
Would David do drugs with you?
No.
But he would take you to the drug house.
Yeah,
And who would pay for the drugs?
David would give me money.
He would wait for you outside.
Yeah,
And what would tell us typically how does that work?
David knew my drug of choice, and he would wait for me outside, and we would drive around, conversate.
Did you do that on this day, September the 14th? Did he take you to buy drugs?
Yes,
Yes.
yeah, yes,
Did you um did you go and buy beer?
yes.
Anything else that you bought?
Cigarettes and beer.
You mentioned the Evelyn Hotel.
Yeah,
Did you ever go there with him?
no,
You remember what hotels you went with him to?
only one cactus. The cactus. Yes,
Was that on several occasions to the Cactus?
I recall once.
On the other times that he would pick you up, where would you go?
Sometimes we would just drive, park in any street, go to a park.
On September the 14th, what did you do after you bought the drugs?
We went to a store. I got off. I changed because it was raining. He told me we were going to his house.
Did you buy anything there at the store?
I bought beer and cigarettes.
What kind of, who was the beer for?
Bud Light
For who?
for David.
And what did you buy?
Cigarettes for me and him.
The beers, what type of beers were they?
Bud Light,
Were they the small beers? Or
just regular
Tollies?
tollies, yeah.
Did you have a purse with you on that day?
I had a small purse, a flower purse,
Remember what color it was?
pink.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking in case exhibits 2, 3, and 4.
And once again, I'm going to ask you to just look at them. Go in and hold these and flip through them and see if the pictures are accurate. What's within the pictures.
Yeah, I recall my bag.
Well, before that, just can you look at all the pictures? Can you look at number 2, number 3, and number 4? Are those exhibits accurate?
Yeah,
Yes? And you recognize those items in the exhibits?
I recognize my bag.
Okay. You recognize what's in there, correct?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2.
For the record, you're offering the
Yes, I'll offer them into evidence, Your Honor.
exhibits 2, 3, and 4, you said?
Yes, sir.
They'll be admitted into evidence this time.
Thank you. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what's in Exhibit 2? What do you recognize from that photo?
My handbag, my pink flowered handbag.
Can you also see it in this picture?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you have in that handbag?
I had condoms, some syringes, and I don't recall what else I had in there. It's been
Did-
a while.
Did you have that bag on September the 14th when David picked you up?
Yes, I did.
What else do you see in here?
The Tollies.
The Tollies, are those the 3 Bud Lights that you bought for David?
Yeah.
After you bought the Tollies, what if anything happened next?
We drove to his house.
Did you agree to go to his house?
Yeah.
Had you been to his house before?
Yes.
And you remember where he lived?
Yeah.
What part of the city was it on?
North side.
The north side?
Yeah.
I approach you.
Ask you. If you look at these exhibits, I'm going to mark these for identification purposes as exhibits 5 and 6. Just if you recognize it. Yes or no?
Not this one.
Not this one? Okay. Do you know what it is though inside there?
Yeah. Oh, yes, I recognize it.
So do you recognize it or not?
Yes, I
Oh.
do.
Okay.
And the one that, what exhibit are you?
This is
showing me?
exhibit 5.
That was five.
I'm going to also ask you the same thing about state's exhibits.
Yes.
You recognize that?
I think I'm more done.
Here, your microphone.
Ms. Peña, hi. I'm Joel Perez, and I'm one of the lawyers that represents Mr. Ortiz. On this receipt here on State's Exhibit number 5, I mean, can you read out what it says there, or is it just any receipt that
It says Powerade, Marble, Bud Light, and the $100 bill David gave me.
do you see the date on there?
Where?
I mean, I'm asking
On
you.
the receipt.
Yes, ma'am.
Trying to see. Can't see it. Oh, down here. September 14, 2018.
Okay, and you recognize this receipt from back
Yeah.
then, or you're guessing?
No, I went inside that store, I changed, and I bought what I bought, and I gave him his change back.
Okay, thank you. No objection, Your Honor, to 5, 6.
So I'll bring them
To offer him, Your Honor.
All right, state exhibits 5 and 6 are admitted to evidence at the stand for the truth.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and you just answered it, but
Yeah,
what did you buy there?
I bought Bud Light, a Powerade, and cigarettes.
Was it, how many Bud Lights did you buy?
I can't see.
How much did you pay with, or what?
David gave me a $100 bill.
And what did you do with the change?
I gave it back.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 6.
Yes,
What is that?
David's house.
You went there that night? September the 14th of
Yes.
2018? And prior to that night, had you been there before?
Yes, I have.
He had taken you there before.
Yes.
Do you drive, Miss Pena?
I know how, yeah, I know how to drive.
Do you have a car?
No,
Had you ever driven to this place yourself?
no.
How did you previously get to this house?
David picking me up.
Okay.
So you get to his house. What exactly happens when you get there?
I sit on the corner of the table
Where?
in the
In what part of the house?
next to the kitchen.
Is there anybody home at this time?
No, just me and him.
Do you know if David's married?
Yeah, I knew.
Where was his wife?
I'm thinking McAllen
Do you know if he has children?
too,
Where were his children?
with the baby mom.
He told you they were out of town, or
Yeah.
you're sitting at the table in the corner near the kitchen. What, if anything, are you doing?
What am I doing?
Yeah.
Dissolving the heroin. I shoot up.
And what if anything happens next?
David goes to the bathroom, comes out with a mouthwash.
A mouthwash for you or for him?
For me.
Do you
No, I didn't use it. He had asked me to take a shower before having sex.
were you able to have sex with him?
No, we didn't have sex that night.
Up until this point, was everything okay?
As soon as we entered the house, David wasn't himself anymore. I saw him just not himself, very nervous.
How did he begin to become nervous? What were you all, if anything, talking about?
We're talking about some other stuff, then all of a sudden he said that he was afraid that they would check his DNA because he was second to last to be with Melissa. And
What was your response to that? What did
I
you
told him that if he didn't have nothing to do, he shouldn't be scared.
What
But
else? What, if anything, do you do next to calm him down? Do you stay there in the kitchen?
I started shaking. He noticed me when I got scared.
What do you do next? Where do you go?
I'm grabbing the cigarettes, shaking. I
You grab the
asked,
cigarettes.
huh?
You said you grabbed the cigarettes.
Yeah.
And do you stay in the kitchen or do you go somewhere?
No, I asked him if he goes with me to smoke outside. And we're outside, and
What, if anything, happens while you're outside?
what if anything happens?
Yeah. What else happened when you were outside?
I sat on a chair because by that time I felt scared. I didn't want to give him my back.
Did you have your phone with you?
No. I had asked him inside if I could call my mom.
Unresponsive.
Stay. Wait for the next one.
You didn't have a phone.
No, I did not have a phone at that time.
At any time that you were there, did you attempt to call anyone?
I asked him if I could call my mom.
Call your mom.
No.
Why not?
I think he said, hold on. I'll lend it to you in a bit.
So he ignored your request.
He ignored yeah.
Do you stay outside or do you go back in?
We're outside and I tell him I forgot something in the truck and I head towards the front door and as soon as I step outside I start vomiting because I felt very nauseous, very nervous.
Why were you feeling nauseous? Why were you feeling nervous?
I don't know. I just felt scared and nauseous.
What were you scared of?
I just got this feeling.
What was David doing that made you scared?
Oh, Your Honor, that's leaving.
What if anything?
Huh?
Okay, what if anything caused you to get scared?
When he said he was second to last, that kept me thinking
Thinking what?
that maybe he was the one
He was the one that what?
that had been murdering.
That was in your head?
That was in my head, yeah, because he had never been nervous.
After you throw up, what happens next?
I think I tell him that maybe it's because I had not ate anything all day.
And then what happens then?
He says we'll stop somewhere to grab a burger.
Do you leave his house?
We both get in the truck. I think he locked the house and got inside the truck. And
Before you left his house, did you complete the act of having sex with him?
no,
But you were there for that.
yeah.
How many times?
I don't recall.
How many times have you been with David sexually?
I don't recall.
Is it more than 5?
No, I don't recall.
When you had sex with him, was it intercourse or oral sex or what kind of sex?
Oral sex, foreplay.
Have you ever seen David without his clothes on?
Yes.
Without his clothes on?
Without his shirt, yeah.
When you would have sex, you would be both.
The first time we went into his house, we laid in his couch.
Did David have any markings on his body?
2 tattoos, 2 hummingbirds in his chest.
Any other tattoos that you recall him having?
Mainly those two.
I'm going to show you, if I may approach you on States Exhibit 7 and 8. You said you had been with David before. Just ask you if you. I'm showing you Exhibit 7. Do you recognize what's in that photo? You need to answer verbally, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And is it an accurate photo of how he looked around that time?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to show you exhibit number 8. Is that also an accurate picture?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with what's in that photo?
Another tattoo.
Are you familiar with what's in that photo?
A tattoo.
The answer is yes or no. Are
Yes.
you familiar with what's
Yes.
in that photo? Okay. And he had these markings
Yeah. Yes.
on that day.
Yes.
Okay, you're talking 7 and 8. Okay. And you're offering them,
I'm offering them, Your Honor.
it's exhibit 7 and 8 are admitted to.
Okay. So you remember and you testified, you can tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, exhibit 7. Now you can talk about the tattoos. What are the tattoos that he...
They look like two hummingbirds, dos chuparrosas.
Chuparrosas?
Para mí se ven como dos chuparrosas.
So what you're saying is to you they look like two hummingbirds.
Hummingbirds.
Okay.
To me.
Okay. What else does he have?
A flag. A sun.
Did he have those tattoos with you or on his body when he was with you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This is exhibit 8. Had you seen that tattoo before?
Yes.
Okay. And that was when you guys were
Together.
Okay. 1 through 8. Can I publish 1 through 8 to the jury, Your Honor? So you're going to go get a hamburger. Tell us what happens next.
David parks behind a tractor and just says, wait, hold on. Pulls out a gun.
When you say tractor, is that a tractor?
A trailer.
Tractor,
yeah.
Like an 18-wheeler? Like one of these?
No, like a truck driver.
Oh, a truck driver, a big
Yeah.
tractor
Yeah.
that pulls a box.
Yeah.
And where does he... Is this in front of the store?
Behind.
Behind the store.
Yes.
And why did he park in front of the store?
I don't know.
What, if anything, happens next?
As soon as he took out the gun, he just stared at me, didn't say anything. I opened the door.
Let's back up a little bit.
Yeah.
How were you feeling when you stopped there behind the store?
Nervous.
Did he say anything?
No. I remember telling him if he could go drop me off.
Wait for the next question. Only answer the question that you know.
Did you say anything to him?
If he could go drop me off
Drop you off where?
where he had picked me up.
So you wanted him to take you back
Yeah.
to where he picked you up on San Bernardo.
Yeah.
What did he say?
He didn't say anything.
So you're parked there. It's nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
You're behind a tractor, behind the store.
Yeah.
Then what happened?
Some way, somehow, I took off running without a shirt.
Before that, inside the truck, tell us about what you remember when he pulled the gun.
He's trying to grab me by my left shoulder.
Where did he get the gun from? Had you seen the gun?
I had not seen it. No.
What, if anything, did he do with the gun?
He just pointed it right at me.
When he pointed it at you, show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where he pointed to you.
Right here at my face.
Right at your, hold up your hand and show us how.
Just like this. With his left arm.
With his left arm,
Yeah.
he put the gun next to your face.
Yeah.
What else, if anything, did he do while he's pointing the gun?
With
at
his
your
right
face?
arm trying to hold me back from not getting off.
How did you get away?
I took off running. I snapped.
You got off the truck, you said without your blouse.
Yeah.
What happened to your blouse?
I don't know.
How did you lose your blouse?
I don't even know. Everything would happen so fast.
He stayed with your blouse?
I don't know.
Did you pull off your blouse?
Some way, somehow, I got out that blouse.
What did you do after you got off his truck?
I run to the store and there's a trooper. I'm crying hysterically.
I'm sorry? Repeat that?
I run to the store and there's a trooper putting gas.
What do you do?
I go up to him.
What do you tell him?
That someone had just pulled out a gun at me.
What were you feeling at this time?
Nervous. Shaking.
What did you tell the trooper, if you remember?
That we were at his house. And that we were at his house and I got scared. I ran outside. We went to the store.
Were you afraid he was going to hurt you?
Somewhere in my mind, I had those thoughts. I don't know how, but I did.
What did the trooper do after you asked him for help?
He's freaking out. He's freaking out. He takes me to the police station.
What happens when you get to the police station?
I tell them my story.
Do you remember how many officers you were speaking to?
Like 3 or 4.
What do you tell them?
That I knew David and that he had pulled out a gun at me.
Did you provide any other information about David?
Yeah, I told them where he lived.
And how were you able to tell them where he lived?
They took me and I pointed at his house.
Did you know the name of the street?
By that day, I don't remember now, but that day I did look at the streets and all I said is, remember this street.
So that night, the officers take you to the neighborhood and you point out the house.
Yeah, I recognize it right away.
After you show them the house, what happens next?
I think they start pulling up pictures and I said, yeah, that's him.
At that time, September the 14th of 2018, did you know where David worked?
Yeah,
Where did you know?
I knew he was a supervisor with Border Patrol.
Did you know that from the very beginning? You met him 5 months
Not from the very beginning, no.
At the beginning, where did you think he worked? Did you know he was law enforcement the first time you met him?
No, not the first time, no.
When did you find out he was law enforcement?
One time when he took me to go score, he had the shirt inside out. He got off. And
He had a shirt inside out. Please describe to the jury what exactly means.
the uniform inside out. And that's the day I found out. He told me that he was in Border Patrol.
Did you also have any personal knowledge of David being a client of any of your friends?
Excuse me?
Did you know if David was also a client of some of your friends?
Melissa. I didn't know anything about the rest. I knew he was friends with Melissa.
You know how long he had been friends with Melissa?
Not exactly the time, no.
Did he ever talk to you about this?
Yeah,
Do you know if he was seeing both you and Melissa
yeah,
at the same time?
yeah.
Around the same time.
Around the same time,
He
yeah.
was seeing both you, and do you know if he was also seeing Melissa?
Yes.
Do you know if he would take Melissa to buy you?
Get to that personal knowledge.
If you know.
I don't recall that.
Had you seen him picking up Melissa before on the boulevard?
I think before meeting him, I saw his truck. Melissa had short hair. She was sitting under a tree. By that time, David didn't know who I was.
So he knew Melissa longer than you.
Yeah,
Had you ever seen Melissa at the county jail?
yeah.
Yes. How long did you know Melissa?
Quite a while.
What is quite a while?
A couple of years.
Are you familiar? I approach her.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you what I marked as state's exhibit. 9, 10, 11, and 12. And I'm just going to ask you if you recognize
Yeah.
this person in this picture. Yes. Let me show you exhibit 10. You recognize this person in this picture?
Yes.
You know her?
From the streets, yeah.
You recognize the person? Exhibit 11.
Yeah.
You recognize the person in exhibit 12.
Yes.
These women were all friends of yours.
Yeah.
No, it's exhibits 9, 10, 11, and 12 are 37.
So you knew Melissa for how long?
4 years.
Did she also work on the streets?
Yeah.
Did she also abuse drugs?
Yeah.
What about Claudine?
A year or two.
Did she work there on San Bernardo?
Yes.
Had you ever seen her in jail?
No, not Claudine.
Griselda Cantu? Did you know her?
Years.
For years. Was she a friend?
Yeah, years. Since
she-
I started.
Since you started when you were 23?
23, yeah.
And did she also use drugs?
Yes.
What would you call her?
Kelly.
Shelly?
Yeah.
What about this person?
Janelle.
How long did you know Janelle?
Years.
Was she a friend of yours?
My best friend.
And would she also use drugs?
Yes.
Was she also arrested a few times?
Yeah.
As your best friend, would you all hang out? Or what would you do?
Me and Janelle, the same. Walk. Make money.
Outside of that type of work, did you guys hang out?
Yeah. Janelle would go to my house.
What type of person?
Hang out. Funny.
Yes, you know, relatives. Back to that last question, what type of person she was?
Well, you know, what she doesn't get into.
Overruled on that question. You can-
Janelle was funny. And she,
Yeah, Janelle was funny, very caring, had a lot of friends.
her personality,
Yeah, it was outstanding.
do you know Chelly's personality? How was she
Very calm.
a calm person? Was she peaceful?
Calm. Yeah, very calm.
What kind of person was Claudine?
Very calm.
Did you ever have any interactions with her?
Oh no, I don't recall how many times, but a couple of times.
Never had any problems with her?
No.
What about Melissa? What kind of person was Melissa?
Funny. very funny.
It was fun to be around.
Yeah, she would lighten up. She entered the room. Um,
I want to continue where we left off, and that was when you said that once you showed him where he lived, you go back to the station. They show you pictures. They investigate the house. You said they show you a picture. You identify him as the person. And what happens after that?
like 3-4 hours. He gets caught
When he got caught, were you still there?
in the police station.
Yeah.
Yes.
You were at the police station in a room.
Yeah.
Did you have to do anything else that night?
No.
During the time that you knew that he was a law enforcement officer, did he ever at any time go and see you during his working hours?
I just answered that question. Yes.
When he would see, and I'm sorry I didn't hear if it was during his working hours. I know you said that had his shirt turned inside out, but during his working hours, he would go and see you.
When he would get out of work.
Any other times that you saw him, was he ever in any government vehicle?
No, never. Not vehicles.
Besides that one time when his shirt was turned inside out, did he ever go and visit you with any other type of uniform?
Not that I recall.
And the times that you went to his house, please describe his house to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did he have a lot of furniture? Was it very little furniture?
It was a nice house.
Did you see any family pictures there while you were there?
I don't recall family pictures.
Did you ever see any photos on the stands, on the tables, the coffee table?
I don't recall photos.
The other time that you went to his house, where was his family, if you know?
Out of town.
How many times? Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, did he take you to his house?
Probably 2.
2 times before this last time?
Yeah.
And on those 2 other occasions, did you also have sex with him those times?
The day we went to his house, no.
No, but those other previous times you were there, did you shower there?
No.
Did you have sex with him?
No.
Did you perform oral sex on him? The other times that you went?
No.
Did he give you money?
Yes.
Other times, did you ever perform or have sexual activities with him in his vehicle?
Yes.
Where?
In the parking area.
The parking area of what
Walmart. behind the motel.
You also would go to the parks with him, you said.
Yeah,
Would this be during the day or would this be during the night?
night.
How many times, if you recall, did he take you to go score, as you say?
I don't recall.
He would pay for the drugs?
Yes.
We'll pass a witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Pettis, can you approach Mr. Alanis briefly? A lunch recess at this point. I'll ask everyone to please be back by 2:15. I understand there's a cafeteria here in the building, and then there's several restaurants nearby. I'll ask you all to, again, remind you not to discuss the facts of the case with anyone, not to watch any news accounts or read any newspaper articles regarding this case. The previous instruction I've given you in the past. And Mr. Medina, can you introduce everyone?
All right, to the jury.
To the jury. 2:15, please. Mr. Pettis. Only because Did you find out about the interpreter? If you don't, did anyone, do you have someone? Yeah, so it's certified if we need. Depending on the defendant, I think. I don't see the prosecutor there. Well, there's someone that could stand in, I guess.
Judge,
Yeah.
I never heard of Polly's. And I was like, what is that?
Yeah, not a very common term. I
So
hadn't
how
heard
would
of
you
it.
spell that?
I would say TALLIES.
That's what I say too. That's also italics, you know, when you tally something.
But that would be with a Y, no?
But
Or
plural.
dual, at least. You're right. You're right. It's more of a slang, that's why. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if it's defined that way. More of a slang term.
Just something to look up, you know.
You may want to do tall -IES.
Right? Yeah.
Tall for the appellate.
Or what about an ESC? It sounds a little weird.
I would say just for if it's read by the higher court,
Yeah.
if it gets to that, and they need to read it. Tall is the way it sounds, so it's, you know. Feel a little warmer, is it?
It's warmer.
It is.
It's supposed to get up to.
But in here, do you feel it okay?
Oh, I feel it fine. I feel it perfect.
It's just this.
I'm usually freezing in the courtroom, and I'm not. I'm usually freezing. It's very perfect. Oh, you're cold?
Mhm.
It's that robe, Joe.
Yeah, I think it is. All right, so we have the defense ready. Is the state ready? I think I see Mr. Alanis walking in, but Mr. Dávila, you're in charge for now.
Well, but safer, Your Honor. Understand the witness.
All right. Mr. Perez, you ready to with your cross-examination, sir? You may proceed.
All right for the jury.
Well, with the jury. You may be seated. All right. Now you may proceed. Yes.
And I'm Juan David Ortiz, and we bring the truth. We represent Juan David Ortiz. And I previously met you because we had a hearing back on October the 3rd of 2019, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Okay, and just to get a history, You stated your drug addiction started when you were 21. Is that what you said?
Yeah,
And how old are you now?
31.
And your child is 12.
Yeah, right now.
Now, back on October the 3rd of 2019, you were in a rehab facility when you testified in court. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And, you know, that's what, maybe 4 years ago? And today, are you in a rehab facility again?
no, I'm not in the rehab.
Okay, but you said you were on methadone.
I take methadone.
Okay, is that medically prescribed?
Yeah, that's medically prescribed.
Okay. And if you were in rehab back in 19, why do you need methadone today?
Why do I need methadone today? Because I would have my downfalls.
So I gather the rehab wasn't successful back in 2019.
I guess you can say that.
And the prosecutor was asking you about what you did for a living, and in essence, it's prostitution. Is
Yes.
that accurate?
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to offend you, ma'am.
No, it's
I want to
okay.
make sure I get to the point.
Yeah.
And this prostitution, and if you remember the testimony from last time, it's basically to support your drug habit.
Yes.
And your drug habit, you call them your DOC, your drugs of choice,
DOC, yeah.
is heroin
And
and
crack.
crack. You also do what's in the street called bars, which is Xanax.
Yes.
And that's not prescribed, right? That's stuff you buy on the street.
Yeah.
And you also smoke some marijuana.
Not oftenly, but yes.
Okay. And then back then you also testified that your child, you saw him maybe sometimes every 6 months, like
Her.
every 3 months, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said even though it's your child, a relative is raising your child.
Yes.
Okay. And I would imagine that part of that reason is because you do drugs.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you say back on September the 14th of 2018 that you were scared because the murders had occurred, correct?
Yes.
But you weren't scared enough to stop prostituting because you were still out on the streets, right?
When?
Well, we know on September 14th,
Yeah.
2018, you claimed that you were with Mr. Ortiz.
Yes.
And according to your testimony, it was for prostitution.
Yes.
Okay. And we know because you testified that you have a daily habit.
That I had a daily habit.
Yes, I'm not saying right now.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm talking either 2018, 2019, something like that.
Yeah.
And so your daily habit consisted of maybe sometimes up to $300 worth of heroin, black tar on top of that
Yeah.
per day, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And about $100 of crack cocaine.
Yes.
You would agree with me that that's a lot of drugs to use daily,
Yeah.
right? And just, I don't know if everybody knows, but the heroin is the kind where you get a spoon, you heat it up, you put it on a syringe, and then you inject.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, would it be fair to say then that you've been injecting yourself maybe for the last 10 years?
On and off.
On and
Yeah.
And the crack cocaine typically is smoked in a pipe.
Yeah, it's an upper.
You put it in a pipe, and it's a glass pipe or something like that, and you from what I read, you use a lighter, and then you smoke it, and it gets you hot.
Yeah.
And you also testified that your modus operandi, if you will, in using drugs is you use crack in the morning or early to get you high, and then you use heroin in the afternoon to bring you down.
No, first heroin and then crack.
Okay. I thought you had testified the other way around, but you know, but regardless, you use both of them.
Yeah.
days, correct? Now, you know, I mean, as compared to a guy that drinks every day or something like that, he's gonna be hungover and he's gonna be not feeling the greatest. I'm assuming that doing crack and heroin in those amounts is not the best thing for your body or your mental health.
Of course not. Yeah.
Now, back on September the 14th of 2018, you met, according to you and Mr. Ortiz, and you're the one that inquired about, had you heard about the murders of Melissa?
Yeah. When he picked me up.
But Ortiz didn't bring it up.
No, I brought it up.
And even though you were frightened, at either
Not at that time.
Okay. At some point when you said he started acting differently, let's say, or you
When we got to his house. When we got to his house. Yeah. That was the first time he had ever acted off. Other than that, very normal.
But at that time, you were still getting high regularly.
Yeah, but to the point where I know what's going on. I was high, but I know what's going on.
Well, I assume every person that uses mind-altering drugs
Yeah,
claim that, right? A guy that drinks a 12-pack, he's gonna go, "Hey, I know what's going on."
yeah, I know what's
Right?
going on. I'm alert. I'm still alert.
Uh-huh. I'm sure you will.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you testified that you still shot up the heroin though. That
At his house.
yeah.
Yeah.
You could figure between 6 and 9, and you said, you know, you drove around for a while, drinking the beer, and then shooting the heroin.
I shot up the heroin when we got to his house.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, and again, I'm not trying to be offensive.
No, it's okay.
Are you high right now? Somewhat high?
No.
Are you on the? You're not here totally clear-headed, are you?
Yes, I am.
Are you under the effects of methadone?
Yes.
Okay.
I
and
take methadone.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I'm on methadone.
Okay, and methadone in essence is a synthetic heroin. Correct?
Methadone is just it's to block any triggers.
Well, no, what it is actually is a synthetic heroin that is utilized
I'm gonna
to
object
avoid.
Well,
with her.
with-
He's not. That's not. This is not relevant question.
Well,
Argumentative.
let me address it this way. Ask a question because you're giving testimony instead of asking a question. You're explaining what that is, that you're not a witness. Okay. So
But
ask a
it's been asked and answered, Your Honor. That if she's toxic.
rephrase the question.
Are you aware that methadone is a synthetic heroin?
No, it's not a synthetic heroin.
Are you aware that it's utilized to regulate the effects on the human body of people that are hooked to heroin?
That have been on heroin throughout the years.
Yes.
It's to keep them sober.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so it's,
I know what methadone is.
Okay. And so, well, let me ask you this: what effect does it have on you, methadone? As opposed to
Nothing.
not taking it.
It's just to concentrate. Just not to. It doesn't trigger me. It doesn't cross my mind to use.
Well, the idea is, and I'm asking you, is it to reduce the need to have to use heroin?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Alanis showed you a photo of Melissa, correct?
Correct.
And you said that previously in the testimony that Melissa also worked the streets
Yes, correct.
and that she had problems with drugs, correct?
Correct.
And she did it to support her habit by selling her body, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you were asked about Claudine, and you testified that she also had a problem with addiction,
Correct.
and that Claudine also worked the streets to support her habit.
Correct.
And you were asked about Janelle, and you testified that Janelle also had a drug addiction, correct?
Correct.
And that Janelle worked the streets to support the drug.
Correct.
Now, when you asked, according to you, Mr. Ortiz, if he had seen the news about the murder, or that he had he heard about it, his response that he said he just saw it in the news. Now,
I mentioned it and he said, hey, that he had found out through the news.
okay.
Yeah.
According to you, he starts acting differently or whatever, weird, according to you, and you testified that that you heard a voice. You actually heard a voice.
What I meant by that is my inner voice, my intuition.
Okay. You know, I get that people have gut feelings, okay?
Yeah.
But you testified, I heard a voice. And I asked you that said what? For me to get out fast. Okay, do you remember testifying
Yeah.
to that? Just fine. Okay, then at some point, and I think this is me questioning you, right? And you testified that you heard a voice. And just tell me if you recall saying this. Yes, I did. Question. And that this voice told you, get out of there. Or what did the voice tell you specifically?
Just to get out.
Get out of the house.
Just to get out, yeah.
And I think I asked you, and did you hear the voice in English or in Spanish? Did you hear the voice in English and Spanish?
It's
Excuse me, ma'am. Your answer was Spanish. Do you remember testifying to that?
it's not a remember if I said English or Spanish, but
Okay, and then you were asked, question, was it a female Spanish voice or a male?
yeah, I
voice?
said,
And you testified it was a male.
yeah,
voice.
my ex that passed away.
Okay,
Kind of like him telling me.
so it's different than a gut feeling. So you're hearing a male voice in Spanish.
Not like hearing a voice, but like kind of him
Ma'am,
telling me.
You might let me
I'm
finish
gonna
the
object.
question.
She could be allowed to answer. He
Well,
was
if
gonna
I can finish
answer,
the question,
and he didn't like the response.
No, it's not
She's
that.
gonna
I'm still
answer.
answering the
Okay,
question.
one at a time.
Asking a question.
You're making it sound like if I'm crazy.
One second,
Don't answer
ma'am.
the question.
Ma'am.
She's unresponsive, Your Honor.
If I'm instructing her, you need to also wait.
Okay.
I mean, you want me to give an instruction or not?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wait until he asks the question.
Okay.
You can keep asking the question and then you can answer the question. And if it's non-responsive, you need to object instead of interrupting the witness. Go ahead and re-ask your question. Thank you.
Question is, did you not testify that you heard a male voice in Spanish
Yes, I did.
to get out of it?
Yes, I did. But it's not like a
Not
crazy
responsive, Your
voice.
Honor. Not responsive.
Okay, wait for the next question. ma'am.
And when you claim you went to the trooper, you were high, right, when you went to the trooper?
Yes, I was.
2018?
Yeah.
Uh, this go along the lines of people said that, okay, doing heroin and cracking those amounts aren't the best thing for the body. And you agree with that?
Yes, I agree, of course.
Now, on September the 14th, 2018, when you testified today, you were very graphic about it upon the questions of Mr. Alanis,
Mm-hmm.
and you said that uh, you were demonstrating for him. I'm just trying to refresh your memory. And you said that according to you, Mr. Alanis pointed the gun to your face, correct? And you put the gun to your face.
That Ortiz had pointed the gun.
Yes.
Yes, I did.
And you remember that as clear as day.
Of course.
Yes, because I guess not too many of us get a gun pointed at our face.
Yeah.
Okay. And and you're as sure of that today as you are of any of your other testimony.
Of course, it's unforgettable.
Because you're testifying under oath, right?
I'm here to say the truth and nothing but the truth.
And that's something that's very memorable. You just said that.
Yeah.
Back on October the 3rd of 2019, you were also on the roads before this judge to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, correct?
Correct.
And if I were to tell you that you were asked, and where did he point it to you? You said, right here. Where? To your chest. Answer, yes. You're pointing to your chest. Yes. Do you recall testifying to that, man?
No,
Well, are you lying today or were you lying then?
never.
If I'm gonna just make some real quick review. Let's see. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Peña, I'm going to show you an official copy of a transcript dated the 3rd day of October 2019 in this cost number of the state of Texas versus Juan David Ortiz. And it's certified by a certified court reporter wherein he swears that this is accurate.
Where
And-
what?
Wherein it certifies that this is an accurate reporting of the proceedings on that date.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm just going to show you the transcript where you were asked, and can you read that for me? Just this part right here.
Where did he point it to? Right here, right to your chest. It's just same thing.
Ma'am, I'm just asking you. Can you read it and see what you said?
To your chest, yes. You're pointing to your chest, yes.
Okay, that's all I need to teach.
Okay.
Now, you also testified that you've never engaged in violence, because you said criminal trespass in your life, but not violence. Is that what you testified to?
No, I'm gonna object. That's a mischaracterization. She answered that she had been arrested for violence. I had asked her that question.
You want to rephrase the question?
Or have you ever been convicted for criminal acts of violence?
Violence.
Well, let me ask
I had probation for aggravated assault.
do you think that that's a violent offense? Or you think it's a peaceful offense?
It was not physical. It was something I said.
Assault, something you said.
Aggravated assault for something I said. Yeah.
And is this the assault on a peace officer?
No. This was a family violence.
April the 30th of 2019, do you not have one for assault on a peace officer?
I don't recall.
So you're telling me that you've been arrested and you don't recall what charges you've been arrested for?
I've been in and out, but that I had a warrant for what?
Assault on a peace officer.
No.
You know what a peace officer is? A cop.
A cop, yes.
So
No.
according to this, you assaulted a police officer on April the 30th of 2019. Do you have any recollection of that?
I don't recall.
But you were high?
Maybe. Probably. I don't recall.
The drugs affect your memory? Your ability to remember things accurately? Maybe that's why?
A little bit. I don't recall that. It's been a long time.
2019 is after 2018. You realize that, right?
Well, I don't recall. A lot of things have happened. It's a lot to take in.
Pass the witness morning.
You say it's a lot to take in. What after this happened to you?
Yeah.
How did it affect you?
I got diagnosed with PTSD, severe anxiety, and depression.
Did you feel your life was threatened?
I'm going to object to the leading, Your Honor, and not relevant to it.
Rephrase.
Couple of things. You started to explain about the voice.
Yeah.
I'd like for you to explain. Let me ask you this. Was the voice an audible voice like my voice is now?
No.
Did you hear the voice from the sky?
No.
Did you hear the voice?
I'm going to object to the leading, Your Honor.
Oh,
Like an inner voice. Like a gut feeling, just like
You also mentioned it was a male's inner.
Yeah.
A male's voice. Tell the jury about that.
kind of like my
What do you mean?
intuition, because me and him lasted for a very long time.
Who's
And
him?
my ex that passed away, I remember mentioning him that night. And I just had an intuition of him saying, "Get out."
So the inner voice that you tried to explain to Mr. Perez is your ex who passed away
Yeah.
that told you, Erica, get out.
Just, yeah. Not like a loud voice, like an
Non-responsive, Your Honor.
inner voice.
Your inner voice.
Yeah. A gut feeling, just an image. It's
wait for the next question.
And you listened to your inner voice.
I listen to my inner voice, to my gut feeling.
What other signs did you have that when you say he's acting weird? Can you give us any examples when you say he's acting weird?
I've been saying it over and over. He was just not himself that day, very nervous.
At the time that he picked you up, Did he, did the topic come up about,
I brought it up when we were by Clark, and the only thing he said was, "What's the word? What are they saying?" And that's about it. Nothing else.
what's the word?
Yeah. I told him that they had been picking up people to investigate.
Hold on. You said he asked you, what's the word?
Yeah.
When you say that, what did you take it to mean? When he asked you
Like,
what's the word?
what's going on?
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you respond to that?
I just said that they were picking people up.
Who was picking people up?
Investigators. Everyone knew. Around
Up
that.
until this time, and that's wait for my question. Up until this time, September the 14th, did you have knowledge of some of the girls on the boulevard being picked up by investigators?
Yes.
Had you been picked up?
No, I had not been picked up.
Were you ever asked by Ortiz if you had been picked up?
No.
And you've also testified that, and this came up. How long have you been taking methadone?
Right now?
Yeah.
Like 8 months, 6 months.
Have you relapsed during the time that you've been taking methadone?
No.
How long have you been sober?
I've been sober since January.
Are you currently working?
No, I was working.
What were you doing?
I was a housekeeper in Hotel Marriott Residence Inn.
And how are you maintaining your living?
I have housing, and I'm seeing someone that's helping me.
Are you doing better today since 2018 when this happened?
Yeah. In the beginning, it was
Wait for the next one.
If you can explain the difference between where you're at now in your life and when it happened.
And if there's relevance, you know.
Wait 1 second. It's the same.
The issue about the gun, Mr. Perez asked. Were you lying on October the 3rd of 2019 at the
no.
You started to explain, I'd like for you to explain to the jury what you meant when the gun was being pointed at you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What did I mean? He just pulled it out and didn't say anything. Just right in front of me.
At your person. At you.
Yes,
you,
at
Erica
me.
May.
Yes. And as soon as he did that, I opened the door. Some way, somehow, I was able to get off my shirt. And I run to the store.
We've been through
That narrative, you know.
We've been through that.
Yeah.
But when he's pointing the gun at you, at
Yeah.
your person, at your head, your face, your body, your chest, wherever he's pointing it at, you said it was with his left hand, correct?
Yeah.
And he's holding your blouse with the right.
Yes.
What are your feelings at that moment?
Scared.
Scared? Scared for your
For my life.
No further questions.
Any further cross,
Yeah.
No questions, Sean.
Okay, you make that down? You accused?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would request that if Ms. Pena could be released from the role.
Any objection?
Yeah, we're not too sure about that. Yeah, we might do it.
You might be calling her as a witness again.
Depending on whatever evidence is developed, Your Honor, we may want to continue cross-examination. But our excuse.
Well, this is your opportunity to cross-examine her, but if you're saying you may
Well-
call her and you're.
Can we approach this pretty
Sure. You're still under the rule, so you need to remain waiting outside of the courtroom, and you're not allowed to watch the case or any news
I'll
accounts.
tell her she's not to discuss it with anyone.
She's been given that instruction earlier.
Your Honor, the state calls Trooper Francisco Hernandez.
Trooper Francisco Hernandez.
Yes, he was.
Thank you. So you're under the same oath you took this morning? You can take a step. Thank you.
Yeah, let me put your mic on. All right, thank you.
Sorry about that.
All right.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Isidro Lanis. I'm the district attorney for Webb and Zapata County. Could you please state your name for the record?
Yes, it's Francisco Javier Hernandez, sir.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Texas Department of Public Safety as a state trooper.
How long have you been a state trooper?
I've been about 17 years, sir.
Are you a certified peace officer in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what your duties are as a state trooper.
As a state trooper, my part of my duties is to protect and enforce the traffic law and criminal laws in the state of Texas and preserve the peace to the citizens of the state of Texas.
Thank you, sir. Now, I want to direct your attention to the night of September the 14th of 2018. Were you on duty that night, sir?
Yes, sir.
Were you in uniform?
Yes, sir.
You, were you in a marked DPS unit?
Yes, sir.
Please tell us that. Take us back to that night. In the evening, shortly before 9 p.m. What were you doing?
So on that day, on that night, I was at the gas station at the intersection of Loop 20 and McPherson Road. I can't recall if I had just finished gassing up the patrol unit or I was about to. When all of a sudden, there was a lady approaching me from the backside, west side of the Stripes or Circle K towards my direction. And as soon as I noticed that, I heard her yelling for help. I immediately noticed that she was in shock. Her breathing was kind of rapid, like hyperventilating. I also noticed that she was scared at that time. And she explained to me that she had just gotten away from a gentleman that pointed a gun at her. And at that time, I assured her that she was in safe hands, and I was gonna try my best to analyze the situation, what was at hand. And she told me she had been assaulted, and then I took proper action after that.
Do you recall what she was wearing?
She was only with a bra. She was running towards me, just covering her chest, and just some white pants, I believe.
Her emotional state, can you describe that?
She was scared. I could sense right away that she was scared and fearing for her life.
Was she in an excited state?
She was
Alert state?
she was in alert. She was real concerned with the assailant that attacked her, I guess, and trying to see if that person was still around. I assured her that she was in good hands, and I was going to keep an eye out for her assailant while she was there with me.
Did she give you a name of the assailant at that
At
call?
Yes, after she explaining to me how she got away, she told me the name of the person that attacked her was by the name of David.
Just the name David?
Yes, sir.
When you say attacked her, what description of the attack did she say?
That she was trying to, I guess, if I remember correctly,
Your Honor, the judge didn't say at this time.
She's already stated she was in an alert and excited state. This is an excited utterance that she made to him.
Your Honor, it's not clear where along the conversation it is. Is she in the patrol car now? Things are calm? What? This,
I can rephrase.
go ahead.
This, these statements being made to you by, where are they taking place?
okay, so I would say the very first couple of seconds or minutes I can recall, it was outside of the patrol car, and then because of her safety, I put her in the back seat of my driver's side door, and I sat at her there.
So is she sitting facing you in the back seat, or is she?
She's facing me while I'm outside of the patrol unit.
The door open or closed?
The door in the back is open, yes.
So the door's open. She's seated in the back seat facing you.
Correct.
She's scared,
Yes, sir.
and she's telling you what just happened to her.
Yes, sir.
She used the word she escaped.
She escaped, yes, sir.
She used the word that she was scared,
That she was scared for her life, yes.
afraid for her life,
Yes.
and that she knew the assailant.
Yes, sir.
And did she tell you when this happened?
Yes.
When?
That same couple of seconds or minutes just before approaching me.
So it literally happened just seconds before she ran to you.
Yes, sir.
On the night in question, did you have a body cam?
Yes, sir.
At any time, were you able to record the encounter between you and Erica?
Yes, sir.
So now I want to ask you these series of questions regarding the recording.
Yes, sir.
Were you aware of the gas station, the Stripes or Circle K as you call it having surveillance cameras as well?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity after this incident to review the video footage of the store?
No, sir.
Or did you have the opportunity to view the video footage from your body camera?
From my body camera. Yes, sir.
Approach on?
Yes, sir.
I want to show you what the marks as dates exhibit 13. And ask you if you've had the opportunity to view the contents on this CD.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're familiar with it because you were operating the body camera?
Body camera and it says there body camera. Yes, sir.
That body camera video was preserved,
Yes, sir.
okay, and was submitted and kept,
Yes, sir.
okay.
You may.
Deputy DPS Trooper Hernandez, right?
Yes, sir.
Sir, my name is Juan Perez and I represent Mr. Ortiz. Now, here we have a DVD, marked States Exhibit number 13 that you've identified, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I know it's a copy, apparently, of this body cam thing, but this particular exhibit, this one, have you inserted into a DVD player and viewed it before testifying here today?
That one in particular, no, sir.
Okay, I submit that he's not qualified and it's not admissible at this point in time, Your Honor. We don't know what's on this one, Your Honor, from his personal knowledge. He lacks personal knowledge on this exhibit.
Your Honor, my response, if I can continue my line of questioning. Well, Your Honor, as for that, we have,
We just treat arguments like this before, sure.
well, you want to approach? Yeah, sure, we can.
I never really seen that. Thank you. And it's only one that's really, you have here, that's, you could basically in Germany. Because I don't know if the ones that are sitting there would be able to see them.
Yeah, the monitor should work, Judge. This monitor, right here, everyone's monitor should
Oh,
work.
they have their own mark.
Yes.
I didn't know this is the only one.
No,
Just
Judge.
that you're not able to see it.
Each juror
I
has one.
couldn't see it from here. Thank you.
Yes, Judge.
That answers my question. Appreciate it.
Yes.
All right, you may be seated, Mr. I think we're going to continue with the questioning of the witness on that exhibit 13.
Yeah.
and that's when I guess she knows, well, she doesn't know, but she knows who they are, some muchachos. Yeah, you want me to go over that? I don't know. We're at the same station up there at the Will County. Why, do you have an extra shirt though? Or can you get an extra shirt? Well, I'm gonna tell you, we're gonna go get a shirt, and then that way we can talk to you. Alright. Mira, this is what's gonna happen. Uno de los oficiales de nosotros va a hablar contigo, okay? Just same situation que me dijiste, so all this, okay? I told them to get you a shirt, para que puedas hablar comfortable con ellos, okay? And so we're gonna go to the station, and we're gonna talk to you regarding your situation right now, most importantly, y luego también regarding maybe the guy's name, más o menos donde vive, because, okay? So basically, we're gonna help you out, ¿me entiendes? So, mira, no te voy a decir que te vengas acá atrás, si quieres te puedes ir enfrente. Let me tell him. Let me tell him.
Pero yo quiero que más o menos me esté por aquí para poder decirles, porque si no, no voy a poder decirle.
Black and mild. Okay, ya le dije. So mira, you no te voy a manejar yo todavía, but we're gonna go over there and we're gonna try to get some other units. Okay, let's go over there first and we'll take it there first step. But si te digo que te vas a no, vente para acá, mira. Just cierra la puerta de bola. Just come this way. Just relax, déjate con unas cosas, déjame sacarlas de bola. Don't worry. No, don't worry, you're with me. You're with me, just relax, okay? Just relax. Sí, por favor. Let me get there you go. Yeah, you're good. Let's go. 3215 there. Wait. We'll be en route to Will County with that, the SO. Right over there.
That street and that park.
Sorry, Judge. So the rest of the video, Your Honor, although it's one continuous video, we do believe that the rest of that point is hearsay. So from when he gets into the car, so that part we'd like to keep the audio out. But if I could have some follow-up questions with Trooper Hernandez just to verify the rest of the video. Trooper Hernandez, did you view the video that we just saw right now?
Yes, sir.
And did you recognize yourself in that video?
Yes, sir.
Did you recognize your voice in that video?
Yes, sir.
Is what you saw here today a true and accurate depiction of what happened that day?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time we'd like to re-urge submission of State's Exhibit
13.
13, Your Honor.
Judge, while some of this may indeed be an excited utterance, the point at which the trooper begins asking questions of the declarant of the excited utterance, it ceases being an excited utterance and now becomes a question and answer session between the trooper and the declarant. So I guess we could see the original part where he comes up and no questions asked him. And I don't mean open any questions. Like the trooper, I can't remember exactly, but he may say, what happened? Well, that's open-ended. That certainly doesn't make it cease to be. But when he starts talking in here about, okay, was the truck on the street or in the parking lot? Was the truck is white? When that question becomes specific, it becomes hearsay. Because now it is not opening questions. You say, okay, what happened? Where is it? What's like that? where there's any kind of answer. But when the answers become specific to specific questions, it is no longer an excited utterance because the questions aren't posted.
Would I notice that she was repeating things on her own, blurring things out again, repeatedly saying the person's name, repeatedly saying that it was a white truck, and then repeating the description of the incident. And then I think towards the tail end, when the trooper was on the phone, he still described her as being in shock. And this was way after some of those maybe 20 questions that they're saying. But even to that, I think it was still from what I was seeing and hearing, it was repeating the same thing over and over. I don't think there was anything new that was said afterwards. I think he was reaffirming it. Like what? Give me information because it's a very general subject. So what exactly are you saying should be kept out?
Well, I didn't make an exact time mark, but somewhere after about 6 or 7 minutes, it's like you say.
But what information are you saying specifically?
Well,
and let me before you answer that, I understood there may be a translation that's going to be offered. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your
So
Honor.
my coordinator mentioned because a lot of it's in Spanish. We don't have an interpreter. So.
And due to that, Your Honor, we actually filed it. It is certified by Mr.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify this one because I know we don't have an interpreter. I asked my coordinator. He said that you all had
Yes.
translation that you're going to
You
offer.
have to tell them where.
Like, what specific information are you objecting to, Mr. Cooper?
Your Honor, if I may, this is analogous to a 911 call. And it's an ongoing emergency. She had just escaped a possible kidnapping, an aggravated assault. He's asking basic questions that further the investigation. None of it's being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. If anything, it's an excited utterance and it's an ongoing
Well, and let me,
investigation.
I guess, just before I make my ruling, again, part of what I observed in the video, Mr. Fuchs, Mr. Perez, is the officer asking questions about the description of the vehicle because it looks like he's on the lookout and let the record check it. I'm turning around left and right. He's looking to the right side of his vehicle, to the left side of the vehicle. He's asking, there's trucks passing by, and he's asking her, is that the vehicle? Is that the vehicle? I mean, observing the surroundings, and so I think that's also part of the same.
it's not part of her excited utterance, Judge. And so once he starts questioning like that, the excited utterance is in it. Just because the person continues to.
Well, the excited utterance ends when the person stops being excited about it. If she's still.
If she's apparently the heroin hadn't taken effect, I'm just saying that just because she's shaking and excited doesn't mean it's still an excited utterance. I mean, at some point, I guess in the statement she made down at the sheriff's office, that's going to come into as an excited utterance, and she's sitting down there and they're asking her questions. Once the police start asking those questions.
But tell me what point again. I know you're looking at the record. What are the questions so I can go back to that point?
We just got this, Judge. We didn't have
That's what the translation.
this translation, right?
Judge, that was final. No, it's been on file, Your Honor, and with all due respect to Mr. Food, under Beauchamp v. State, there is no per se rule for determining whether too much time has passed between the making of the statement and the occurrence of the events or conditions which precipitated the comment. Function that should be applied, namely whether the proximity and time is sufficient to reduce the hearsay and sincerity. She's in shock the entire time, Your Honor. Every statement she made is admissible as
Let me hear it from your defense. Yes, sir.
None of the subject question. I mean, I understand an excited utterance can be made 2 days later if the person is still under the throes, emotional throes of the event. But once it turns into police questioning and answering, it's no longer excited utterance.
I'll let you keep.
It's a response to questioning. It's not, so the original part of this, I'd agree. But I think when he starts even just asking her, okay, what's your name? What's your date of birth? He has not interrupted this excited utterance to the degree that it is now question and answer section, even though she's still excited. But she's answering those specific questions that are no longer open-ended questions. And so in that regard, I guess, I think there's some timestamps on it somewhere. It would be like in page, page is this translation. You know, well, even back here on the 10th page of this translation where he's telling her, if you already have a description, you know, the pickup truck, when we do this, we do that. Now he's going into question and answers. And to me, that's the end of the excited utterance. I'm not disagreeing with the first part of it. When she comes up and just starts stating things, I would concede that's an excited utterance. But at the point where he starts questioning her, that's where it is. You know, like he's saying, okay, you just got a weird feeling this time. Well, that's a question she's going to say, no, it's not going to be, I have a weird feeling. It's not an excited utterance anymore. It is a response to his question. And that is on page 11, and we would then say that's where we can object to whatever's thereafter. I don't have timestamps on this. And it's page 11 of what don't mark that is?
State's exhibit 14.
Okay, page 14. Is it point on something?
No, we haven't introduced it yet.
Well, it'd be okay.
It's on file.
Exceed it.
It's on file.
No, it'd be okay. Well, the judge doesn't have it in front of him. I think we should.
Your Honor, again, this is also an exception under the present tense impression as well. This is analogous to a 911 call, same format. The excitement and shock continues all the way to the very end when the trooper's on the phone and says she's on shock. You can see it with just on the video, her hands are shaking. She's even crying towards the end. You can't see her, but you hear her crying. That this has never happened to her before. Again, under present sense impression, excited utterance. Arguably, even the entire ride to the station could come in. We're cutting it off when he gets into the vehicle with her at that point.
Well, Judge, I doubt it's present sense impression. Present sense impression is, hey, there's the white Dodge going right in front of me. It's present. Everything she's describing is past. It's not present sense impression at all.
All right. Objection to hearsay is overruled. The court will admit State Exhibit 13 is on your offering. You're offering 14 at this time as well?
Yes, sir. We're offering
And for the 14, I will.
Excuse me, Judge, offering for what purpose? We don't want the jury to have that. If he's going to play the video, they don't get that.
Your Honor.
Well, this is a translation.
I understand.
So why don't they get the translation?
Well,
You want? I mean, it's in Spanish. Some of the language, right?
Well, I understand, but that's you know, that's the life. You know, we gotta. Okay, I object to that. You know?
Well, Your Honor, I think the way we've done it is, if I may.
Yes.
Oh, there's some cheering. We can read it on its own.
So specifically on Exhibit 13, the court's admitting it first. 1 second. 13 to be admitted. That's a video. That's a
Yeah,
video.
well, over our objection.
Over your objection. Court finds that it wasn't excited utterance statement throughout, up until the point that it was paused. Now on Exhibit 14.
Okay,
Go
on
ahead.
14, when they're saying they're offering it as an exhibit, well, number one, it's hearsay, and it violates the best evidence rule. The best evidence is the DVD itself. Now, to assist the jurors, what you might do is they may make copies, as the DVD is playing, they can use it to go along and read, and then that's it. You get it back.
Do you have copies?
We have a copy. We have copies for the jurors.
That's what he's asking. Not
Well,
to,
no, yeah, we
he's
have
saying not to offer it as an exhibit, but to allow the jury to read it
not a problem.
while they watch
As long
it.
as they can have it and read it, it's certified, it's translated.
Yeah, and then you can just instruct them, they say, Your Honor, you can instruct them, hey, we're gonna offer you this to review, but then we're gonna get it back. You know.
And you need, and we would not object to it remaining an exhibit, so it's there, but they are informed, you don't take it back with you.
So this will be an exhibit just for to keep it in the file.
exhibit.
For exhibit.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, so will it say the exhibit number 14 as a court exhibit, not to be furnished to the jury other than during the time that they're watching the video, not to be furnished to them when they're being heard or otherwise?
Your Honor, we also have exhibits 15, 16, and 17, which is the video footage from the circuit cage, just a few snippets that for the seconds that the trooper is there, where he can testify that that's the location he was at the time he was at, and it displays him being there and the approach from the store video looking at the scene.
The only thing we would ask is to have them question him now so he can authenticate that that is an unedited copy of the video from that circle cage. And how it was created, under Edwards, the way the recording was made, if he can testify to that to authenticate it, I don't believe he can.
Your Honor, that's only one part of authentication when it comes to a video. If he can identify himself or the scenario in the video as being accurate, that in itself will authenticate the video. It doesn't have to be the person that records it or the person that burns the video, as long as he's somebody that can identify himself within it.
In 15, 16, and 17, they're short.
They're basically the clips
So
from.
go ahead and play them, and then I'll make a ruling.
So you can also verify that it's unedited, is that correct?
Well, it's just, it's unedited as per, it shows just the moment that this happens. That's what it shows, and it's unedited. And we can more dire the people.
All right, go ahead and show the witness your additional exhibit.
So for the record, Your Honor, we're playing State's Exhibit 15 at this time.
I don't think those mic is on.
That's.
Is it
Well, I took
not?
it off
Is
because the
it
jury's
not?
not here for it.
I
I'm
understand.
sorry.
But I still need to hear, I
Okay.
still need a record.
I apologize.
Is it on? Is it-
Just not the screen.
I'm not talking about the light, I'm talking about the little button. Is it on
Yes,
red
it's
or
on.
green?
It's on.
Okay, all right. I'll check it afterwards, there's something
Okay.
going on. Thank you.
So as this is playing, Your Honor, I'm gonna ask Trooper Hernandez, what you're seeing in the video there, is that a true and accurate depiction of what happened September 14th of 2018?
And is that exhibit 15 for the record?
That's Exhibit 15, Your Honor.
I can't see very well on this one though, because this is kind of like dark.
Can you get back here for your
Oh.
Oops, sorry. This one doesn't move. Okay, I can turn it. Okay, I can turn it this way. That would.
One second, I'm gonna. He's saying this was dark. I want to see when the jury comes in. Can they see there?
Oh yeah, I want to see. Yeah.
We may withdraw this one. I'm going to play State's Exhibit 16. Cooper, can you do you identify yourself coming in this gas station?
Yes, sir. That's me.
Is that you parking in this video, the State's Exhibit 16?
Yes, sir.
That's a fair and accurate depiction of what happened on the night of September 14, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have permission to play the other one? State's Exhibit 17?
That's the extent of this.
It's a short clip. Actually, right now we'll see where Erica comes out, but as for the authentication, Your Honor, we'd like to admit it State's Exhibit 16 at this point, unless there's any objection.
Any objection to 16 at this point?
Trying to authenticate it, or do you want to do it online? Just,
There's no audio on this.
no, sir.
Just fast forward. Make sure, you know, that it's a change to the movie.
I don't want to worry about that.
Yeah, there's a- That's why I can't see it.
You identify the person that approached you in that video?
Yes, sir. That's Erica Peña.
Say we're just doing it. See if you did.
We're okay with them, as far as them saying that this officer can testify, okay, this is me. That we're still not waiving our objection that he can authenticate that the recording equipment was working properly and the rest of the predicate.
Alright, so State Exhibit 16 will be admitted.
You're on permission to play State's Exhibit 17 for the witness as well?
You may.
Yeah.
He said it's too dark. This one.
The video, is it still too dark?
This one it shows a little bit dark compared to these two.
It has the
It's a different
Oh.
screen here.
Yeah, this one's a little bit dark.
no, you can keep on.
Okay.
Trooper Hernandez, are you able to identify where this is at in this video?
Yes, sir.
Where is that exactly?
It's on the west side of the Circle K.
Is that the same Circle K that we've been talking about
Yes.
today, September 14, 2018?
Yes, sir.
It's the same Circle K that corresponds to the other video that we saw, the State's Exhibit 16.
Yes, sir.
Francisco Hernandez.
Yes,
Did you identify the person that just came on frame there?
yes, sir.
And who was that?
That was Erika Peña.
Your Honor, this time the state wishes to introduce or evidence Exhibit 17 has been authenticated properly by the witness.
Just reserve the record where on this one we'd object again that the proper predicate isn't being, this officer can testify to the recording equipment, et cetera. Also, on this one, Your Honor, this officer is not present and he cannot necessarily tell that this is the time or even the same parking lot. You know, I don't know if he's headed to this track parking or not, or the time for that matter. So this one I think you can't properly authenticate, especially because he's not present on the day.
Again, Your Honor, he doesn't have to actually come out in it or even speak in it, as long as he can testify that what he's seeing there is actually what he observed, and it's contemporaneous to the other video. As we've seen before, he testified that was the other video from a different angle, and as the video showed, it's the same victim that's run in the same manner and wearing the exact same things. So we do believe that this has been properly authenticated this time, Your Honor.
Well, Your Honor, again, I don't think that he can say that. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but this looks to be a different part of this establishment. And I don't know, I think.
So your objection is that he doesn't know or is not familiar with that location or that parking lot area, or is that what your objection is for the
At
record?
the time, I mean, if he can say, hey, I saw that Mustang, I saw that guy shooting that camera, maybe he can, I don't know, but I don't think so.
So you're also objecting to the time that's reflected on there as being, I guess, 8:59 at this point, now 9 p.m.?
Or his lack of knowledge. Especially since he's not familiar with this recording, we're gonna rely on time. That would be the reason to do that, to have him establish that predicate. Right? And like I said, he's like the prosecutor said, oh, he knows that she ran through there. Well, when she did somersaults coming this way, he wouldn't know. He didn't see her.
Well, I think they're offering it to show that the troopers identifying her as being there, wherever that is, I guess.
And he did. I did ask him earlier if he can identify where that is, and he identified it was the northwest.
So the west side of the stripes.
You're familiar with that based on what you're seeing there?
Definitely, sir.
What about the time issue? They're making an issue of the time.
That's correct.
That's the same time that's from your memory that this occurred?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'll also cite Stanmeyer versus State of Texas 475 Southwest Second Third. That is the case law that addresses.
Well, objection overruled at this time. Since Exhibit 17 will be admitted into evidence. All right, we're ready for the jury now?
Yes.
Go ahead and bring the jury back in.
I need a,
All right,
I need the
wait,
bathroom.
one second.
Go to the-
You go ahead, man. I'll give everyone a short recess. Take a few minutes.
Maybe
Or if he knows, the judge knows I'm ready.
Yeah, that one.
All right, are we ready for the jury now?
Yes, we are.
All right, the jury.
Please. All right, you may be seated. And you may proceed.
Cooper Dynasty, we were discussing the videos that were taken, Circle K on the night of September the 14th, 2018, correct?
Correct.
Now, you have the opportunity to view the surveillance videos from the Circle K.
Yes, sir.
And you've been able to identify the location and the persons in that video, correct?
Correct.
Uh, We also, you've been able to authenticate the State's Exhibit 13.
Correct.
That is the video from your body cam, correct?
Correct.
Now, permission to publish the videos from the Circle K Exhibit 16 first.
Exhibit 16, yes, you may, and for the record, these exhibits 13, 16, and 17 have been admitted for the jury's consideration. You may proceed.
I want you to look on the screen and the video will begin playing. Okay, can you please walk us through this video of what we're viewing? Location?
Yes. So this is the gas station, the Circle K, located at the intersection of Loop 20 and McPherson.
Okay.
And I'm putting up right here to, I believe it's pump number 5.
Okay. You can please speak into the mic.
I'm sorry. So this is I'm pulling up right here to the intersection of McPherson Loop 20 at the Circle K. And I'm about to pump gas at, I think it's pump number 5, sir.
Okay. What time is this going on?
This is around, I would want to say it's 8:40ish, somewhere around there. I'm not really sure about the time, sir.
Close to 9 p.m.
Yes, sir.
There's a timestamp at the bottom of the video. Is that accurate? Can you see?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
What time does it show?
it's 8:52
p.m.
p.m. Yes, sir.
And what is the date?
It's 9/14/18. September 14, 2018.
Is that
Yes, sir.
consistent?
Yes, sir.
It's accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's going on now?
So as I'm standing around there at the pump number 5, I see this lady, who at that time I didn't know her name, run up to me and walk at a fast pace. And right there, I'm trying to assess the situation of the condition she's at right there.
Based on your training and your experience, what is your assessment of this person's demeanor?
Based on my training experience, I see that she's scared, she's in shock, and I could say I can sense that, or not sense. I'm sorry. I believe that something just happened, that she's fearing for her life.
Something contemporaneous, something happened just right?
Yes.
Thank you. We are now going to play State's Exhibit 17 that's already been admitted. I'd like for you to identify the time and date on this video.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's 9/14/2018, and the time is 49:30, 32.
8:49.
I'm sorry, 8:49. Yes, sir.
Is that
8:49.
accurate with you being there?
Yes, sir.
Now, what location is the jury looking at here?
So this is the west side of the Circle K, where I'm gassing up. That's located at the intersection of Loop 20 and McPherson, sir.
Are you familiar with this location, Trooper?
Yes, sir.
Can you write down the trooper?
There's a lady running towards the Circle K.
Awesome. Do you recognize the female in this image?
Yes, sir.
And who is that?
That's Erika Peña, sir.
Is she wearing the same clothing at the moment that she approached you?
Yes, sir.
And the time coincides with the time that she approached you.
Yes, sir.
All right, so now I'm going to shift back to the video that you took,
Yes, sir.
right? Tell us when this person comes up to you in a crisis, correct?
Correct, sir.
She's in crisis. Based on your training and your experience, what actions do you take to preserve what's going on?
So as I started talking to her and noticing her behavior, I noticed that she was in distress and she was hyperventilating. I believed her statement, and I started to give her safety, to tell her to try to calm her down, and that she could trust me in confiding anything that had happened to her.
Did you deploy any equipment that you needed at that time, at that moment?
No, sir.
Are you equipped with body cam?
Oh, yes, sir. So, in our body cam, the reason you cannot hear the first few seconds is because since it wasn't a traffic stop, it doesn't turn automatically. So I had to activate the body cam by
That's
pressing.
what I'm trying to ask you. Did you ever
Oh, yes, sir.
deploy or activate any equipment
Yes, sir.
to preserve the evidence?
Of course, yes, sir.
And that was your body cam.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you've been able to view the body cam here outside the presence of the jury, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that body cam footage is an accurate depiction of what took place that evening, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it shows everything, what she told you, her demeanor, her emotions, and the excited utterances that she made.
Yes, sir.
Got her permission to publish the State's Exhibit 13 and also to hand out the translations for the video.
Yes, sir. Let me just give some instructions on that. So, as I mentioned earlier, State Exhibit 13 has been admitted. The copies of the translation that the state is going to furnish for you to follow along, because there's some Spanish language spoken. You may use it in the courtroom while you follow along, but you may not take that into the jury room. It is not an exhibit. Okay. You may. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, it appears that all the jurors have obtained a copy.
Vente porque este lado nomás. Ponte aquí nomás, déjame ver. Ok, nomás ponte este lado, please. Es que tengo que agarrarlo de ahí. Ponte aquí nomás, real quick. Ahorita, o sea, ahorita te ayudo. Just tranquila. Ponte aquí, mira. Let me just get something on you, okay? No voy a ver, no, todavía no. Ay. ¿Y dónde está el muchacho?
Trae una cosa blanca.
¿Ya se fue?
Sí. Se bastante sexy.
Okay, just hold on, okay?
Right now on the video, what time it's happening? Oh, more than.
About 8:50, 53. ¿Quieres file un report?
Tengo miedo que me
Is this where she's hyperventilating?
Yes, sir. Can you send PD to my 20? I'm right here at the Circle K and McPherson and Loop 20. It's in reference to an assault on a female. You know which one it's a Valero, right here at the intersection of Loop 20 and McPherson, like going toward the Border Patrol Station. Okay, let me. Yeah, I'm waiting here with the female. Alright, then.
tengo miedo, me puedo sentar ahí.
No, espérate. Oye, entonces, no tengo que saber algo. Entonces, ¿tú te vienes al otro que muchacho?
Sí. Él ofreció comprarme cigarros y compró unas beers. Y dijo, ¿vas a renunciar conmigo? Y yo le dije que sí, sir. Nomás que yo nunca me voy lejos o me ignores de que él estaba manejando muy para acá. Y le
¿Y
dije,
dónde está el muchacho este, sabes? Ahí donde está la troca esta y el carro. So, cuando yo estaba aquí, ¿estaba dentro de la troca?
Sí, me vine corriendo, me sacó la pistola y me quería subir y yo empecé a gritar, help me.
So, cuando te bajaste de la troca, ¿gritaste?
Sí, eso.
Ok. ¿Y no te acuerdas,
Una Dodge Ram que vive por aquí.
sabes dónde vives?
Sí. Si me llevo ahorita, no si puedo dar.
¿Y por qué te subiste con él? ¿No? ¿Por qué ibas a ir a...?
Porque me dijo que si queríamos cigarros.
Ajá.
Y yo le dije que sí, y él me dijo, ven a dar la vuelta conmigo un rato y te llevo.
¿Esa Dodge Ram que está aquí no es esa?
A ver,
¿Esa no es?
una pistola, no más que
Are you sure he's not maybe standing around? Maybe a lo mejor está a la vuelta.
troca blanca, sí. Mire, y luego I started getting very sick.
Ajá.
Started getting very y dijo, le digo a la madre, debe venir a usted.
Yeah.
Y dijo, "Do you want a burger?" Y le digo yo quería que él manejara para allá,
Ajá.
y le digo yo, sí, pero dale para allá por mi barrio. Y cuando no stop aquí, they saw this really good
So you know who
burger.
he is?
His name is David.
You only know him as David, or
Yeah. It's in
just relax? Déjame nomás sacarle aquí, please. Ponte ahí nomás ahí.
Sir,
No, pues ya te miró, because if you're coming this way,
he
then...
has a gun, sir.
Oh, no, don't worry about it. You're safe right now. Yeah, but you're safe right now. Está bien, don't worry. Ahorita, mira, relax, just relax.
We were talking about the
What assessment right now are you making based on your training experience of what she's going through?
So right there, I believe she's real scared of something that just happened to her, and it was through my training experience that she got assaulted.
I'm going to object to this question. He's not qualified to testify to her mental state under any circumstance. The jury is watching this video. They're entitled to their own interpretation.
And he's entitled to his opinion based on his training and experience on what he's observing.
Yeah, well, on that, objection overruled at this time.
just que acaba de fallecer.
Uh-huh.
He got very nervous. And he started acting weird. His stomach started to hurt. Later he had vomit. Y le digo yo, are you okay? And he's like, Yeah, I'm okay.
No, si just ponte aquí nomás, just nomás quédate así.
Pero no hagan hacer me dice, I feel weird, dice, very stressed.
Pero te asaltó, ¿ves? Y cuando te quitó la camisa.
Cuando me quitó la camisa, yo me zafé de la camisa para salir.
So he was trying to grab you?
He was trying to grab me y subirme para que subirme con una cosa, me sacó y dijo, güey, se paró allá en un
Espérate, nomás siéntate así, nomás, sabes que tengo cosas.
allá en un ladito y me dice, you that I didn't want to go far.
Yeah.
You know, this one right here.
Ajá.
And he was like, wait, y le digo, what are you doing? I'm just using my back. Y de repente sacó la pistola y yo abrí la puerta, help, se pegó mi puñado.
Ay, va, don't worry. So, ¿por qué no viniste, cuando viniste, por qué no me dijiste se acaba de ir un muchacho o algo?
No, porque vengo corriendo desde allá.
So, él estaba en la calle.
Él estaba en la troca.
Pero, si no, yo sé, pero ¿no estaba la troca en la calle o aquí en el parking lot?
Calle,
Ah, ok.
la calle, sir. Y yo le dije, el señor tiene una blusa. Y luego el señor, allá está la policía. Sí, pero es que,
Don't worry, you're...
sir,
So, ¿conoces tu familia o qué?
no sabe dónde vivo.
And how does he... So, you knew this guy before?
Yes, mire, el gasto anda en la sangre.
Ajá,
Y varias veces me ha levantado.
ajá.
Can you please explain what she just said that he goes by the Sunday? What is that?
So when she says that, thinking that that's where they meet,
What is do you know what Sunday is?
it's a slang term for our street there in Laredo. It's San Bernardo. San Bernardo Avenue.
We're in Bear County, so please
Yes, sir.
tell the jury where that is.
It's a slang term that they use when they describe the San Bernardo Street Avenue, and they usually reference that to Samber.
And what and based again on your how many years? 17 years?
17 years, sir.
What goes on San Bernardo?
There's a lot of traffic there, sir. Traffic from all kinds of crime. Yes, sir.
When you say I'm not. You say there's traffic. That's police lingo, right? We're not talking automobile traffic.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Please explain to the jury in plain terms what you mean when you say there's a lot of traffic in San Bernardo.
Yes, sir. So what I mean by traffic, it's that there's a lot of drugs, a lot of crime, a lot of robberies, a lot of hijacking, a lot of prostitution, a lot of crime, basically.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
¿Verdad? Y me ha dado dicho. Y yo no lo había visto.
Okay.
Una troca blanca. Yo no lo había visto y hace rato lo vi.
Okay.
Y él me dijo, ¿quieres unos cigarros y una beer? Pues váyame a la güey. Pero él empezó a manejar para acá y me dio miedo. Yo le dije que yo no vengo hasta acá. So, he knew that I wanted to get off. Y él me dice, déjame llevarte aquí para comprar tu lunch, te llevo para atrás y te dejo. And, dice, déjame comprar tu lunch y luego te llevo para atrás. Dice, chistoso.
Okay. Well,
He's not Dodge Duncan.
don't worry. Ahorita,
We started talking about the muchachas que acaban de crecer.
las que las bombearon allá.
De la otra.
Okay.
Sí, compré mi black and mild.
I don't have cigarettes, so I don't smoke.
Black and mild.
Cigarettes are bad for you.
Please,
No, cigarettes are bad for you right now.
me quiero tranquilizar, sir.
Just hold on,
Y luego le
ahorita.
dije yo, préstame tu teléfono. Es que de repente me dio un feeling, sir, de algo de él. Y le digo yo, he noticed me that I got scared. Y le digo yo, préstame tu teléfono para decirle que estoy bien. Y luego me dice, wait, I'll let you use the phone right now. And, nunca me quiso prestar el teléfono. Ya nos subimos a la troca y le digo, préstame el teléfono.
Oh, don't worry, mira,
He's very cruisy, que quería que viniera con él a dar la vuelta, comprar unos cigarros y de cerveza. Y pasó por mi casa, vive por aquí, no sé muy bien, pero sé que es CHAOS, algo así, Sand.
Okay.
At this point in time, she is trying to describe to you the location of his home.
Yes, sir.
And part of your work, did you ever have the opportunity that evening to actually go investigate his home?
Yes, sir.
And you were present, one of the officers present when she showed you the home.
Yes, sir.
Remember what street that was on?
Yes, sir.
What was that street?
It was Sandhill.
Sandhill?
I believe it was Sandhill. What she's describing is Sandhill and Chisos Street. Yes.
And did she point at the house?
Yes, sir. She.
Does the word Burr Oak also sound?
Which one?
Burr Oak.
Bert. I think she also mentions it, but I'm not really sure about that, sir.
But physically, did she identify the house?
Yeah, she physically identified the house later on. Yes, sir.
Well, mira, we're gonna let que Piri me ayudar aquí, okay? Si Piri tiene más resources aquí para poder ir a buscar al muchacho and pues to help you out, okay? So, ahorita nomás que Piri. Well, I mean, if you already have a description del muchacho y la troca, más o menos llevando, then it shouldn't be. Okay. But I'm saying,
Una long page shirt, botas.
you just got a weird feeling this time.
I even started to vomit. I even started to vomit.
Oh, bueno, pues let me just check something out. I don't have any of those.
Dice como me sacó las pistolas, que yo abrí la puerta y no me lo quedé bien y que me quedara
When she said que comenzó a hablar de las muchachas, what is that translated into?
She started talking in reference to the ladies that were recently murdered in Laredo. Yes.
Were you aware of those? You said something to her. De las muchachas que golpearon o que.
Yes, sir.
What were you? What did you know that some women had been found murdered?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we had been aware that there were, I believe, 2 murders before coming across her, and they were, I believe, found on the outskirts of Laredo.
Was anybody from your department involved in the investigation of those cases?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
I believe we had, on the first one, I'm not sure it was the first or second, it was a trooper, Arizola. I think he came across one of them.
Yeah, the Texas Rangers.
And yes, sir, it was also Texas Ranger E.J. Salinas as well, which I later contacted.
Okay. How do you come to make contact with Texas Ranger Salinas during this encounter?
So I came about contacting Ranger Salinas because of what she was stating to me about those victims that were murdered, and that the person that she escaped from knew one of those girls, and that's when I decided that this could help break a case, and I contacted Ranger Salinas for further investigation from his expertise.
And what instructions did the ranger give you?
I'm gonna object to here, so you know.
Sustain at this time.
What if anything did you do with her after that phone call?
I provided a transport to the Webb County Sheriff's Office for further questioning, and made contact with Ranger Salinas at that time.
And he would have been waiting for her there?
Yes, sir, he was.
Well, what's the status on Piri? All right, thanks. Let me know. All right. No, bueno, no, ya deben de llegar ahorita. So, ya con esto, pues el description que me diste y el well, then you gotta do something before he does, you know? Pues report him. Okay, and that's good. That's why ahorita va a venir PD, we're gonna do a police report, and you have the description that muchacho, just relax, so. Just relax, take deep breaths, so, take deep breaths. Just take deep breaths, so, okay? Just take deep breaths. Take a deep breath, just take a deep breath.
Él quería, me ofreció dinero, ya por bueno.
Okay,
Y de primero yo le dije que sí,
okay,
pero when we went in his house, y llegó a su casa,
yeah,
I started, my body, I started getting very sick, I started shaking, me dio miedo,
okay,
miedo me dio, so yo invento, le digo, vamos para la troca porque se me quedó algo ahí, y ya que nos salimos, le digo, yo ya no voy a entrar, puedo entrar, me empecé a sentir bien mal ahí adentro, so está bueno, agarró las llaves, la vale, nos subimos, y fue cuando empezó a manejar para acá. Ay, gracias a Dios que no me quedé muy mal. Pero algo me pasado. Yo bien sin mirar, porque como cuando sabes que alguien está todo ahí.
yeah. Oye, ¿tú tienes aquí golpes o qué?
Yo ya ahorita ya veo que estoy aquí.
No, don't worry, you're safe with me. You're safe with me, don't worry. But that's why you're gonna make a police report, ¿me entiendes? So you're safe with me, ¿me entiendes? Aquí no te apures. We're just trying to see, maybe he's circling around o algo es como lo tú. And I'm watching.
Una choca blanca, las ventanas están tan oscuras.
You know, so I'm keeping an eye, no te preocupes. Let's just wait for PD real quick, okay? Así para que le... Just relax. Get it in the hole. A little bit. Just keep taking deep breaths.
Tiene que llevar para allá. Sí, ¿no?
Okay. Yeah. Ahorita bien. You don't need an ambulance? Ambulance now, you're okay. The Martha said el susto que sacó la pistola and that you might be fearing for your life. Okay. Okay, hold on. Hello? Go ahead. Okay, no worries. No, as long as it's under control. Okay, hold on. ¿Cómo te llamas? Erica, ¿qué? Salma Peña? Let me give you 27 minutes. Hold on. Erica Peña? Is your date of birth? Erica Peña, 11/23/91. Yeah, Erica Peña. No. She doesn't need any medical help. She wants to file an assault report. Okay. Well, let's see what PD is gonna want. It's out of PD. Come. So, we'll check right now. I'll get you the help. Ahorita viene PD. They just. I gotta advise them when they get here. Just relax, relax. You gotta take a deep breath. Ahorita, just wait. I can't go. Tiene que ir PD primero, then I'll get you something. Okay? But tiene que venir PD primero. Okay? Well, let's just take that first. Okay? Let's just take that first step. Okay? You're a cigarette smoker. Okay? A lot? How much do you smoke during the day? ¿Cuánto? Okay, well, just hold on. All right, don't worry. But you're okay, ¿verdad? Okay. Nomás se asustó. So basically, he's like a friend of yours.
He's not a real friend, so I see him 4 or 5 times. Cuatro, 5 veces me he visto y él me daba dinero. ¿Verdad? Pero yo no lo había visto. No lo había visto, sino que hoy en la tarde lo vi. Well, she knew Melissa, right? Because Melissa had me there and we started talking about what happened, and he got very weird. Very nervous.
He did. Okay. Okay, bye. And so that's when, if I'm saying out loud, that's when he got really, like, did he get angry?
Like, she's scared.
Okay.
Okay. He said, yeah, but let's talk about you. He said, why did you get, he said, why did you all of a sudden got scared? Why are you scared? I started getting scared. Vio que yo pensé que se iba a tener.
¿Te sabes su nombre completo o nomás el nombre? Así de... That's where he was going.
Yeah.
Does he live by himself?
It's a big house, sir. I know he just got separated, and la casa estaba sola. Y pues está solo.
Okay. He's alone.
Pero y yo no. Ay, Dios me dijo que su vibra y como él se empezó a poner sus miradas, sus comportamientos.
But so you say you wanted to go in his room?
He wanted to take me.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Él me quería llevar.
Yeah, I understand.
Y yo no quise. Fue cuando yo le dije, te dejo en la toca, vamos.
Okay.
Cartera y nos dijo, vámonos, está bueno. Me quería llevar mucho para allá. Si nos iba a parquear aquí, a correr un bar, me dice, hold on.
What color was the gun? Black? Gray? Black?
Black.
Okay. ¿Te la apuntó o no? ¿Sí te la apuntó? Okay.
He's tall, little. Traía unas botas.
¿Ojos de color?
Café. Traía unos pantalones así como este color, un poquito claritos. Y traía una camisa beige.
Okay.
De
All right. ¿Y andaba solo, no andaba con alguien más?
Él andaba solo. Sí. Y él empezó a decir que he was scared, que he was one of the guys that saw me was the last.
Really?
And I don't know what. And this was Susie Musa.
¿Y el muchacho usted sabe dónde trabaja? ¿Y no?
No sé exactamente.
He's wearing boots and like, so like an oil field worker.
I think he said he was a supervisor somewhere.
Like in the oil field or algo. Okay. Okay, no, don't worry. Ahorita viene algo, don't worry, okay? I believe you. I do believe you. That's why I'm offering you, like, to help you at the same time, por si no necesitas ayuda. Let's see what PD might help us out, and maybe ir a buscarlo. Go look for him right now, or maybe if you already know him, they can give you pictures of him, So, don't worry. I mean, I assure you que you're in good hands. Ahorita, no te asustes. Ahorita, if he's circling around or whatever, You're here with me, okay? And that's what I'm looking for. I see no I pasar otro Dodge Ram. You know it was a Dodge. Okay. You feel a little bit more relaxed, yeah? I know, just hold on though. Nomás espérate. Just hold on. Ten cuidado, es que tengo. No. ¿Tienes una amiga? ¿Y con la amiga la hablas? It's like if he was on something. Okay. Don't worry. I'm keeping an eye. Don't worry. You're safe here. This is not Ford. You say Dodge, right? Ah, bueno, y ahorita que venga Pidi might go take you there, ¿me entiendes? Pero sabes cómo llegar. Okay. Don't worry. No, I believe you. I totally believe you. I know you're just going through a shock right now. Donde acabas de salir de un escape, you know what I mean? You basically escaped from a situation where it could be dangerous. Pero eso no es SUV.
Algo así.
Okay.
Como nueva, no necesito, pero no tiene.
Son 4-door?
Yeah.
Don't worry. Don't worry, I mean, you todavía tienes miedo. Well, no, I'm keeping an eye there. Okay. But now you know that you can't get on his vehicle anymore. You learn, I mean, unfortunately, te tuvo que pasar esto, you know. No es de confiar en mucha gente, especially if you don't know him that well. I mean, you say que...
Y siempre me gustaba, pero yo no tiraba león.
Yeah.
Yo no tiraba león. Yo sabía que iba a picar mi hija también.
Really?
Elisa Ramírez.
La primera.
Sí. yo sabía que él la levantaba, porque él no practicaba de ella. Y cuando yo la miraba, que ella también de él, ¿verdad? ¿No has visto el de la ropa blanca? Porque me alivié en la pena. Y yo no, nomás que yo lo tiraba yo porque era como bien delicioso.
Okay.
No lo había visto 2 semanas y me vio. Y me dijo, tiraron una cerveza. Y yo le dije que sí, yo subí.
Yeah.
Bueno, vamos a dar la vuelta un ratito. Bueno, está bueno, le digo, pero no muy lejos, le digo, porque yo no me voy muy lejos. Ay, no, yo
¿Y Melissa no era tu amiga?
no.
¿No la
Yo
conocías?
lo miraba, cuando más me conocí en el condado, así la cagué, pero así,
¿Y la segunda muchacha esa no la conocías?
de vista nomás
También.
también.
Pues maybe, I mean, así como estás cooperando conmigo, coopera con el juicio de que venga. And I'm pretty sure they can help you out en esa manera para poder dar un assault report at least, ¿no? Con él. And maybe you can break the case de lo que está pasando ahorita. You know what I mean? You never know. You never know. I mean, ellos ya no pueden hablar por ellos, you know what I mean? You know?
Y gracias a Dios que me bajé la tropa.
Well, if you think about it, estos murders han pasado en las noches. Ay, güey, ahorita nomás deja que venga la policía, deja que venga, es que no te puedo dejar sola, I mean, especially if he's kinda, or he might be around here o algo. A lo mejor va a pensar que, nada, ahorita dice algo, el policía lo ignora y te va caminando otra vez, you know? Like, I don't want him to think that way, you know?
Any explanation as to why PD hasn't arrived up to this point? Laredo PD, I'm referring to.
I had called to check the status, and they told me that I believe they told me they had several calls, but one was going to be en route. And then from this point on, we just started waiting to see. I told our communications to, okay, as long as one is en route, I guess we'll be fine. But after this point, I didn't call them again afterwards, because of what was transpiring.
The information you were gathering.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any of them. I really don't. That's what they dije que estarás ahí para que nadie te mirara. La que se mete primero. No, ese era el muchacho que caminó ahorita para allá en mi camisa gris.
we started talking, right? I heard that they're picking people up to investigate, right? The girls, and he's like, well, I'll say, what have you heard? And I'm like, I don't know. Literally, empecé a tener, tuve que despistar de cómo me senté.
Wow.
En serio, sir.
I believe you. No, I totally believe you.
Tuve que despistar, sir, cuando empecé así.
Like, there was nothing wrong para que no mirara.
Que él me vio eso.
Yeah.
Él me vio cuando yo.
I don't know. But no, don't worry. I mean, I bet that's you're safe. So you got nervous cuando le comenzaste a mencionar a las muchachas. You think he's capable of doing something like that? I mean, carrying a gun?
Me sacó la pistola. Estoy diciendo que me la sacó, sir. De repente se partió aquí.
Don't worry. I mean, I'm keeping an eye.
De repente se partió allá. Atrás.
¿Esa troca no? Esa no, ¿verdad? Que va aquí.
De repente se partió atrás del trailer. ¿Verdad?
Yeah.
Because supposedly he was gonna go in through here. Pero dice, do you want drive through or quieres walking? Y le digo, no, drive through. Dice, wait, well, hold on because I have to get in by the sidewalk. So ese parquea atrás del trailer.
Yeah.
Dice, wait a minute. Y la saca y abre la puerta y me agarra él.
Yeah.
¿Verdad? Empezó a gritar y quiero alcanzar así para el fondo. Para que vea la gente que estoy gritando. Pero me sacó de la suerte.
He grabbed the hold of your shirt o te quiso agarrar completamente.
Me quiso agarrar con
Yeah, de los zapatos de la camisa.
de la suerte.
I know, just relax.
Y le digo al muchacho, vete cuando empecé a caminar over here, estaba sin shirt. Una camisa y la agarró para taparme y dice, el policía.
Uno de los de aquí te dijo. Sí, sí, sí.
Bueno, no sé.
Okay.
Back in their 86.
I know, it's just, I can't go by myself. Just hold on, espérate. Just relax. Ahorita te lo agarramos. Just relax. Yeah, just take deep breaths slowly, in and out, just slowly. Por mientras, I know, because it's a shock. I mean, you just escaped from a possible kidnap, you know? I mean, te hubiera hecho kidnap and that would have been the end of you. The gun you say it was black or white? Black.
No más que era increíble, no sé por qué yo la había visto como
Yeah.
pero when we were in his house, right, we were there for like 5 minutes. Yeah, yo creo que me ofreció dinero. We were there for like 5 minutes, pero I got scared. That's the thing.
A ver, just hold on, okay? Give me a second, okay? Please. Hey, hello? Hey, es que tengo una girl que she escaped from a guy that pointed a gun at her here at McPherson in 20, and she's one of those girls, you know what I mean? And the guy pointed a gun and se le escapó a la persona, and she's without a shirt basically right now. And I called PD to come over here and assist, but they haven't shown up though. So, but she knows that guy's name, like the first name and where he lives. So, well, just the first name, David. And yeah. Y vive por una casa que se llama, ¿cómo se llama la calle? No, dime qué calle es.
San Isidro.
Por San Isidro, it's a big house. For San Hill or something like that, right?
Una calle más o menos
San Hill, I think that's what it is. I'm right here in McPherson and Loop 20 right here at the Circle K in Valero. Yendo pa Border Patrol. Yeah. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, she's gone to the house before. She's without a shirt. She's without a shirt right now because she escaped from him. The one yendo para Border Patrol headquarters on McPherson, that corner one. Yeah, International and Loop 20. No, I'm sorry, McPherson and Loop 20. McPherson Loop 20. Yeah. But, well, it's not the Exxon, it's Circle K. Loop 20 and McPherson, yeah. The one that's like when you go towards Border Patrol. Yeah, she's in talk, man. Like, yeah. And she was trying to mention something about the other two girls, and that's when she got nervous, and I guess she knows, well, she doesn't know, but she knows who they are, some checkers. Yeah, you want me to go over that? Problem with it. We're at the same station right there at the Wood County. Well, you have an extra shirt though? Well, can you get an extra shirt? Well, I'm gonna tell you we're gonna go get a shirt, and then that way we can talk to you. All right. Mira, this is what's gonna happen. Uno de los oficiales de nosotros va a hablar contigo, okay? Just the same situation que me dijiste, all this, okay? I told them to get you a shirt para que puedas hablar comfortable con ellos, okay? And so we're gonna go to the station, and we're gonna talk to you regarding your situation right now, most importantly. Y luego también regarding maybe the guy's name, más o menos donde vive, todo eso, okay? So basically, we're gonna help you out, ¿me entiendes? So, mira, no te voy a decir que te vengas acá atrás, si quieres te puedes ir enfrente. Let me tell him. Yeah, me too.
You made a phone call there towards the end. Who did you call?
That was Ranger Salinas, sir.
What did you do after you spoke to Ranger Salinas?
So after I spoke with Ranger Salinas, I positioned her in the front of the patrol car in the passenger seat, and I took her to the Webb County station.
Okay, when she gets to the station, Ranger Salinas is waiting for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, do they interview Erica?
Yes, sir.
How long do they interview her?
I don't recall, sir.
Okay, was it more than an hour?
They interviewed her right away, that I remember.
So after they interview her right away, are you waiting there on standby, or what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm standing by there, waiting with Ranger Salinas and trying to acquire information as far as the assailant, where he lives, and gather, I guess, the facts to the address and who this person might be.
Or did you make any progress on that?
Yes, sir.
Tell us what you were able to find.
So I was familiar with the streets that she had mentioned earlier, and with the assistance of Ranger Salinas and Webb County Sheriff's Office and their team, we were able to drive to the location where Mr. David lives. And when we were driving by that location, she pointed out that that's where he lives. And she also mentioned.
Holding. I'm gonna ask you. You went to that area that she described.
Yes, sir.
She was in the car.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Um, how was she able to identify the house?
Were you under just hearsay?
Well, rephrase maybe speculation.
Was she able to identify the house?
Yes, sir.
How?
Again, Your Honor, it's hearsay.
She.
Well, it's something she told her. I'll take them on board now if I have to.
You want to take on board that?
Okay. Okay, from your personal knowledge that you saw, you didn't know where Juan David Ortiz lived, right?
No, sir.
Okay, so if you found out where he lived, you heard it from the mouth of Erica Pena, correct?
And the evidence I gathered.
Okay, but I understand the end, it could be a bunch of ends. You heard it from the mouth of Erica Pena, did you not?
Yes.
It's hearsay, Your Honor.
Was she able to point out the house of David Ortiz?
Well, Your Honor, again, it's an assertion, for the truth of the matter asserted, it's still hearsay, even if it's not spoken.
No, it's not. Your Honor, I'm asking if she was able to point out the house.
I'm going to overrule the objection.
Was she able to point out
Yes,
the
sir.
house? Yes or no?
Yes, sir. Yeah, she was able to point out the house.
What, if anything, did you do after she
Can-
pointed out the house?
So we verified that to double check the accuracy of her location that we were there. She had vomited, and earlier that day she had told me that she had
Well,
vomited.
Your Honor, I'm gonna.
So-
Hearsay. This is a law enforcement officer who knows what hearsay is. I'm objecting to hearsay. We can instruct them not to discuss hearsay.
Your Honor, that was made during an excited utterance, information that he gathered, and he was.
Overrule.
So, like I was saying, she had mentioned to me that she had vomited, and to collaborate her story and confirm her story that was true, we were looking for that vomit at that house because she had vomited outside of her house, of his house.
And did you in fact see vomit outside the house?
Yes, sir. Yes, it was. I'm not sure if it was in the sidewalk or like close to the sidewalk or the walkway.
And you yourself saw the vomit?
Yes, sir.
After you confirm and corroborate what she had said to you, what, if anything, did you all do?
So after that, we gathered the information of who's the owner, registered owner of that house, who it belonged to. I was able to retrieve the registered owner's name, and I was able to, through my training experience, I was able to gather the name and date of birth of that registered owner, and contacted our communications in Laredo. And after they found out the name and date of birth, I requested a picture to see who that person was, and they sent me a picture after finding out the person's identity. And after gathering that picture, I showed it to Mrs. Erica Pena, that was next to me when we were looking for that house.
Did she recognize the
And-
person in that photo?
Yes, I showed her the picture of Mr. David Ortiz's driver license picture, and Pena right away said, yes, that's him.
Did you see Juan David Ortiz in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
And can you identify him for the record?
He's over there sitting on that table.
What else did you do after that, if anything?
So after that, we were between Webb County and the sheriff's office. Webb County and Ranger Salinas. I provided that information to Ranger Salinas and Webb County. We quickly we were our supervisors in DPS were able to spread out our troopers to different areas of high crime areas where Mr. Ortiz could have possibly been. And I also believe that they had sent some Webb County deputies to that house to secure the house to see if he was in that house. So we had officers in his house and troopers assigned to Webb County in different areas of high crime rates, looking for Mr. Ortiz's. As well, I was able to also look for the registered owners of the vehicles that were in that house, and we were able to come up with a vehicle description of Mr. Ortiz's vehicle that he would drive. So we put out a bolo, a be on the lookout.
What was the description of that vehicle?
It was I don't remember the license plate.
That's fine, but the make and model?
It was a at that time it was a 4-door Dodge, tinted window, newer model vehicle.
Pickup truck or?
Pickup truck, sorry. Pickup truck.
Dodge Ram.
Dodge Ram, yes, sir.
Okay. And as part of your bolo, you all would have put out the license plate as well?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we did.
Was the vehicle, Ortiz's vehicle eventually located?
Yes. Yes, it was located.
I'm gonna object to hearsay unless he has personal knowledge.
Well, you answered that question. That's your next question.
Did you have the occasion to later on that evening participate in the apprehension of Ortiz?
Yes, sir.
How?
So we drove back to the station with Mrs. Erica Peña, and after putting out the lookout, so we can provide her more assistance of what she had just gone through. And we had put out that bolo, and one of our troopers that was assigned to the San Bernardo area, the San Bernardo Avenue, was able to locate a possible truck matching the description that was out on the lookout. And trooper, along with another trooper, made contact with that subject or that vehicle, and after making contact, the person fled, which was Mr. Ortiz.
There's some hearsay, Your Honor, just what he did. Okay,
So did you respond to the area where the vehicle was located?
Yes, sir. I responded to the area, and
When you got to the area, what area did you respond to?
it was on San Bernardo and the Evia Hotel. I believe that's the name of the hotel.
Ava Hotel.
Ava Hotel. Yes, sir.
Is that near San Bernardo and Jefferson?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What was happening there when you got there?
So when I got there, I noticed Trooper Bradshaw and Trooper Obregon had just given chase to that person and had escaped on foot. And we made contact, all three of us, and along with Webb County Sheriff's Office, and decided to set up a perimeter and start looking for the subject within 2 buildings that were there, which was the Hotel Ava, and there was an abandoned white building there as well. And we cleared after Webb County SWAT arrived, and along with our troopers, we were able to enter the white building first to clear to make sure he wasn't there. And then after that, we ended up clearing the second building in there, which was the hotel. And when we cleared that hotel, on the 4th floor was Mr. Ortiz. He was found there.
Please describe for the ladies and gentlemen the configuration of the hotel or the parking lot area.
Yes, sir.
Floors was it?
So it was 4 floors, and next to that white building, it has a little ramp. It has a ramp where vehicles come off, and it goes on to the 1st floor, and it circles around 2nd floor, 3rd floor, and then the 4th. And Mr. Ortiz was hidden in the 4th floor in the bed of a pickup truck.
Was your body cam activated during this
Yes, sir.
search and when you located those cars?
Yes, sir.
That body cam video was also preserved?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything else you did as part of this case?
No, sir. I believe that's about it, sir.
He was, who took Mr. Ortiz, from the parking lot once he was arrested?
I don't recall, sir.
What other agencies were participating in the search for Ortiz?
It was our Texas Rangers, it was Webb County Sheriff's Office, and DPS.
And was it the Webb County Sheriff's Office, the SWAT team that was there?
Yes, sir. It was their SWAT team.
And he was taken without incident.
Yes, he gave up and taken without incident, sir.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Can we approach her? Yes, sir. Yeah, proceed, Your Honor.
You may.
Trooper, Hernan, my name is Juan David Ortiz, and together with Raymond Cruz, represents Mr. Ortiz here to my right. When you said a little while ago that you were able to, I just want to make sure who did it. So you're saying that it was you who, through your computer skills, training, etc., pulled up the registered, not the registered owner, but the county owner, the real estate owner for that 204 Verbo in Laredo, what county? Was it you?
I was the one that instructed our communications to look for I was the one that instructed our communications to look for the driver license or an identification for the registered owner.
Okay. It wasn't Salinas, going to Salinas, or
I believe that they were doing it at the same time as me. But since I was in direct communications with our operators, I was able to get that ahead of time as well.
Okay, and were you getting direction to perform these duties from some higher? I mean, forgive me, I don't know the uniform of DPS. What is your rank?
I'm a trooper, sir.
Okay, and so I assume, like most agencies, there's your trooper, lieutenant, sergeant, whatever, captain.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Correct.
And now let's go to the photo ID. You obtained this photo ID. Whoever responded, say, hey, this is the registered owner of this 204 borough. You said you requested an ID, right?
Yes, sir. Correct.
Okay. And did someone instruct you to display that photo to
Mrs. Peña.
Erica Pena? Did someone instruct you to do that?
No, sir.
Are you familiar with lineups?
Not really, sir. I don't have experience in lineups.
And in displaying this photo to Ms. Pena, you did it based on your own intuition, your own whatever.
It was
No one instructed you to do it.
no, sir. No one instructed me to do it.
You had permission to do it?
We don't need permission, sir, for that.
Okay. Do you have an investigatory training on maybe why you shouldn't display a single photograph of a person of interest to a witness?
I don't have as far as I have identity theft fraud training, and usually at that time when I got that picture, we wanted to assure that this person will not kill anymore, and since she escaped from him, I wanted to assure that it was him.
I'm just asking if you had training
As far as what, sir?
on lineups and stuff like that.
On lineups, no, sir. I stated no.
Okay. Now, you also said that I'm trying to figure out who did all this because you're testifying that EPS troopers went to high crime area. You didn't direct them to do that. Someone higher up than you did.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Like I mentioned, I contacted our supervisors so they can spread out our troopers.
And who would have been that supervisor?
I believe at that time it was our captain. Or
It's okay. I'm just trying to
I
figure
can't
it out.
remember. I
It's
can't
Ranger
recall.
Salinas. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
Is it Ranger Salinas?
I think Ranger Salinas as well contacted our highway patrol supervisors, and they cooperated together.
Okay. And you also said something else. You said you placed DPS officers in his house at 204 Burr Oak.
I said Webb County.
Okay, so who directed Webb County to place officers in his house?
Oh, that one I don't know, sir.
Okay.
I don't know about that.
Now, were you present when these officers went to the house?
When the first officers went to Webb County, the Webb County officers to their house, no, sir.
Okay, so that's just knowledge that you have. That they were dispatched.
That's what they had told me.
Okay. And when you say into the house, you mean inside the house? To preserve evidence?
No, sir.
Okay. Stand by?
Stand by, I believe.
Okay. But regardless, you were not present for that.
For that one, no, sir.
Now, we know that you testified just now that at some point you relocated back to the garage over there on San Bernardo next to by the Eagle Hotel, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. And you testified that you personally assisted in seeking out Mr. Ortiz.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Now, I've read most of the reports, if not all of them, and I know that supposedly there was a stack of SWAT Webb County officers that were, and you know what a stack is, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's where one officer is stacked behind the other, and it's a protection
Correct.
technique. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so there was a stack of Webb County SWAT officers that erected themselves once they knew the location by this pickup in the garage. You're aware of that?
Yes, sir. We followed behind them.
Okay. Now, like I know that the stack, according to what I read, had 4 SWAT officers. Do you know how far back in the stack you were?
I can't recall, sir.
I mean, were you number 16 back, or were you number 6, 7, 8? I'm trying to figure out how close you were to the stack.
I can't recall, sir.
Okay. Well, were you within sight of Mr. Ortiz being pulled out and handcuffed?
Yes, sir.
And stuff?
Yes, sir. I was.
Okay. Then, just generally speaking, about how many feet do you think you were away from that? Roughly. I'm not going to hold you to it.
About maybe 5 feet.
Oh, 5 feet? So,
Probably less.
So what, I'm about 25, maybe 20 feet away from
Yeah.
you? So 5 feet.
An estimate, yeah.
Okay, so when he's been taken down, I'm 5'9". So, I mean, I'm just using my height. Would you be this close?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And you do have your body cam on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can I add something to that?
Oh, go ahead.
So I was real close to him as well when they brought him down. I did not handcuff him, but I remember saying that when, just to affirm that I was close to him, I was yelling to the guys to put their rifles or their handguns on safety. And
Okay, so that there wouldn't be an accident.
Yes, sir.
Accidental discharge.
That's how come I know I was real close.
Sure. Did you happen to notice who patted him down?
No, sir.
Who were the officers in front of you on the stack?
I can recall, sir.
Did you hear anyone give Mr. Ortiz his Miranda warnings?
I can't recall about at that time, sir.
But definitely you did not see anyone pat him down.
I know that there was patting him down. I just don't recall who was it, sir.
Okay, no, I'm not holding you to it. You know,
Yes, sir.
so many agencies, and your DPS, their SO. But if you did see someone patting them down, did you see them retrieve any items from this person?
I don't recall, sir.
But your body cam will show it.
Yes, sir.
Super, thank you very much. I have no further questions to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Couple of more questions. Was Erica's assailant, was he some stranger to her?
No, sir.
Was he some guy wearing a ski mask?
No, sir.
Was he some guy that she'd never seen before in her life?
No, sir.
So somebody she knew, right?
Yes, sir.
Somebody that she can identify.
Yes, sir. Of
So
course.
there's no need for a lineup.
No, sir. No need.
Further questions?
Anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're accused. You may step down.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Excuse me.
And ladies and gentlemen, jury, we're going to recess for the day. I'm going to ask for you to be here at 8:15 tomorrow morning. We'll be starting soon thereafter, and we're likely to work until 5:30 tomorrow, just so you can plan. We'll have a lunch break for about an hour, 15 minutes perhaps again. And I'll just remind you not to discuss the facts of the case with anyone, including each other, not to watch any news accounts or read any newspaper articles regarding this case. You're excused for this time. Thank you.
All right, to the jury. You can leave those,
Make sure that I'll be okay, right?
I have them together.
You have one?
Yeah, I put them together during the break.
Okay.
And those are just those statements, that's their stuff.
Jen,